Well, let's go ahead and get started. We're running just a little bit behind due to some technical challenges, but we've conquered them and now we're ready to get busy. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building. Public comments will be allowed during each agenda item. Public comment should be limited to the item at hand and per the commission rules of procedure, and should not include any rude or derogatory remarks, reflections as to integrity, abusive comments, and statements as to motives and or personalities. I will now call the meeting of the Economic Development Finance Standing Committee for March 3rd, 2025 to order, and I'll ask the clerk to please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes.
Here.
Lopez.
Here.
Burns.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
Burrows.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our first order of business this evening is the approval of minutes from our November 13th, 2023 meeting. If you've had a chance to review them, I would entertain a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
Townsend, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of November 13, 2023. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Mr. Wakes, welcome. Committee, tonight we have 3 items before us this evening. The first item is an ordinance approving partial release of mortgage and removing property from Star Bond Project District known as Buc-ee's. I believe that the amended partial release of mortgage and removing certain property from the Star Bonds project, the people that will be speaking to this evening, I don't see Chelsea here, but I do see Todd LaSala and Mr. Warren. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. Tonight's item is fairly simple and straightforward. It's actually a redo of something we've done before. In the process with Buc-ee's, in, I believe it was November of 2023. One of the first things we did is come to the commission and say, look, this project is in the Star Bond District for Kansas Speedway. In order to do the Buc-ee's deal, it needs to be released from the Star Bond mortgage. So in November of 2023, it came to committee, it came to commission, and the commission voted to release the parcel. We then went and did a bunch of work on the development agreement and the incentives and all the good stuff that followed. But along the way, the legal descriptions for the Buc-ee's parcel changed just a little bit. And it really has to do with where the road went. But if you look at your screen, you'll see in yellow an area that is highlighted that is now part of Buc-ee's legal description, but was not released in 2023. So really, the only thing before you tonight is may we fix the legal description of what's released from the Star Bond District, what's released from the Star Bond mortgage to include the highlighted yellow bit that you see there. It is really the last thing that Buc-ee's needs in order to close. So, and I believe Mr. Warren is here from Kansas Speedway. He will also talk to you about where they are in the process. I believe there is a request to fast track this to full commission on March 6th, and Mr. Warren can speak to the timing.
Pat Warren with Kansas Speedway. First, I want to apologize to the committee that we're before you again because of this mistake. We think what happened is that at some point between November of 23 and now, the design shifted a little bit, which is why you see the sliver of land that was not removed from the Star Bond District. And I also want to apologize for the request to expedite. It's not critical that it be expedited, but Buc-ee's thought they were going to have started construction by now. We had planned to close in December. We planned to close in January. I signed for the third time the closing documents today. And so ideally we would expedite, and all it will mean is that the store will be able to open probably 6 weeks sooner than if we don't expedite.
Mr. Warren, I want to make sure I heard that correctly. You said the store would be able to open 6 weeks sooner if we don't expedite?
If we do expedite,
Thank you. I
yeah,
just want to make
because
sure.
we could close probably Friday.
Any questions, committee? Lopez.
Does this go back to, does it go to a Buc-ee parcel or does it go to the UG parcel?
This particular piece, the yellow that you see there will be the new road and right of way.
Okay. So
And so it's moving Village West Parkway to the north. It's land we own now. And then when you move Village Parkway north, that will be, I don't know if that exact area is road or right of way, that extends from the road, but it's part of the right of way.
okay, because it looks like on my land app, it's part of the Speedway ground.
It is right now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You can see the existing road running
Right.
south of the existing, and so it will push all the way up. I don't know if we have it, but if you remember, there's a traffic circle and
Mhm.
some other things that one of the roads, Martinsville is the name of the road, gets relocated. And that's all part of this.
Thank you.
Mr. Warren, if I remember correctly, we had a land exchange that occurred during this transaction. To what extent are we, who is gaining more property and is the unified government losing more property?
That document, which you previously approved and is in the can, ready to be recorded when they close, has us receiving slightly more property than we're giving up.
I think because of the traffic circle.
Yeah, in the land swap, we got more property than we let go of.
So I don't have any more questions. Okay.
And again, I sincerely apologize to the committee for using your time for a third meeting on this when we should have gotten it right the first time.
Understood. Thank you. Are there any questions, any other questions from the commission?
Stites, I have a question.
Yeah, Chuck, is that Mr.?
It's up there.
Miss
Stites, I have a question.
Stites? There you go.
Yes.
I can't see your hand, buddy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I apologize that I'm not there. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather again, but I didn't think I wanted to subject you all to potentially getting sick. So, hey, this is directed to Pat, if he doesn't mind. I was thinking, he said that they were thinking that this would move construction up a little bit. It was my understanding that construction was already set to start on May 1st of May. Is that changed now?
It's my understanding that they would begin earlier than May 1st if we can close. The target had originally been a March groundbreaking. And so we've just pushed that back. We even offered to give Buc-ee's access to the site early. But because of the way their lender relationships work, they can't do any work until they close on the property. But
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't want to guarantee a start date. That's really up to them. It's just my understanding that all we're waiting on is closing.
Gotcha. Okay. With that being said, Stites motion to approve is submitted.
Second.
And that would also include the fast track to the next full commission meeting.
Is that all right with the second?
Yes, second. Mhm.
Okay. Gentlemen, before I accept the motion and the second, I will recognize it. I have to go through the procedure of ensuring that there are no comments from the public.
No comments were received.
Any hands raised, public online wish to speak to this item?
No hands raised.
Thank you. Anybody present care to speak to this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. We do have a motion and the second for approval. Resolution. Make sure I got the resolution.
Sorry, it's an ordinance. It's an ordinance.
Thank you. That's getting back to my cheat sheet here. Ordinance approving the partial release of mortgage and removing property from Star Bond Project, District, and Fast Track. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Gentlemen, thank you. Next item up for consideration is a resolution. This resolution is to authorize the county administrator to calculate certain new revenue for the purpose of recommending budgetary options to retire existing debt to the Board of Commissioners. This matter was scheduled before the Board of Commissioners on January 30th and set to this standing committee for further discussion. I believe this evening we have Ms. Shelley Knieven and Wendy Green. Ladies, please.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. This is a resolution that came out of the mayor's office. I am really just here to answer any questions you might have. I will say that I did take a crack at cleaning the language up a little bit after the discussion that was had at the commission meeting, just to clarify the language in the resolution. We took out the language regarding permits, considering that we would be able to figure out what revenue came from new construction as it was be provided from the appraiser's office to the treasurer's office when that all would be certified. Dr. Knieven was able to provide us that information, so it wouldn't be necessary even to look at permits. So that way, there's no longer a confusion that it wasn't revenue from permits. It's actually ad valorem tax revenue from new construction for residential and commercial buildings. So that was taken out, so there wouldn't be any confusion of that. And then any new revenue was defined in subsection B as revenue derived solely from ad valorem taxes for new residential and commercial buildings. So I hope the simplification maybe took out some of the confusion. So any questions you may have, I'm here to answer them if I can.
Committee, any questions? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Deputy Chief. Yes, this does look a little cleaner in terms of the language. I still have a couple of questions, though. Treasury will decide what the new revenue is from residential and commercial buildings.
They will be able to tell that from what the appraiser sends over from what is, the appraiser will be able to let the treasurer's office know and the clerk's office know what is new revenue from residential and commercial buildings, correct?
Is it likely that some of what we're defining as new residential and or commercial will be from properties that have paid off, what I want to say, like a tax schedule, a tax abatement schedule? Might that be contemplated?
I'll let Dr. Knieven answer that.
Shelley Knieven, CFO. That's not what this captures. That is actually captured under the other resolution on the 25% that the commission increased to 50% of all realized revenue as economic development agreements expire. So we'll provide that information through the budget process. This is actually a report that the assessor, as new parcels come onto the tax rolls with structures and they're assessed or appraised for the first year, they're able to capture that and how it's coded, and they can provide the report to break that out.
Okay, well, thank you. So there's another resolution
Yes.
that will be used also. Okay.
Yeah, and that was already passed by the commission.
Okay. There's one more question. Mr. Chair, I have another question, but I'll yield right now. I can't see the notes on it, so someone else may have a question.
Mr. Wakes?
Hi. So this particular resolution really is authorizing the county administrator to recommend. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Wendy, go ahead, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. I see the note now. Can this new funding source be used only to retire debt?
That is what the recommendation will be.
Okay. Thank you.
Wendy, the question, I have two questions, if I may. A pilot that is set up per year on new development, are the revenues from the pilot included in this debt reduction?
That would not be included because the pilot is not considered ad valorem taxation. This is only for ad valorem tax, revenue from ad valorem taxation from new construction. If you wanted to include that, you could do that by motion to get it to the next level of approval at the commission meeting. And then we can make that change in the language. But as it sits right now, that would not be included in the definition of any new revenue.
Got it, thank you. And the reason why I mention that is because we see development agreements that have a 10-year pilot, and not to be able to take any of that money and utilize it for debt reduction, if that's what this ordinance or this resolution authorizes the county administrator to do. We're not identifying all of our revenue, even though it's not tax revenue, it's still revenue that we are foregoing that goes somewhere else. The next question I notice in here, it says, from new residential and commercial, not from rehabbed, for remodeled homes or.
That wouldn't be new buildings. This is only supposed to capture brand new buildings.
Okay, so we want to limit the amount that we want. When people rehab their home and it's a major remodel, there's an increase in taxation usually that occurs. So we're only going to capture the new. So there wasn't any discussion or any consideration for remodeled or rehabbed properties.
That's not what we were asked to draft, no.
All right, thank you. And this 10% will go to debt reductions submitted by the administrator. I would assume that the administrator be working with our CFO to ensure that that 10% debt reduction is being met with the funds, the new funds available.
Correct. This would be a recommendation to the commission during the budget process. So if that's the way that the commission wanted to go, then that's how they would vote. That's how they would address it in the budget process. And they would make sure that that's what happened with this revenue in the budget process, correct?
Committee, any other questions or comments? Any appetite for the pilot? Seeing none. No further questions. Mr. Stites? Okay. I'll ask clerk if there are any comments received from the public.
No comments were received.
I'll ask clerk if there are any hands raised, the public online who wish to speak.
I did see a hand raised, but it went down, so there are no hands raised.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak? You will be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments. Let the record show no one stepped forward. I will now entertain a motion for approval of the resolution.
I move we approve the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Townsend.
I did have a question and I couldn't catch your eye.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
You made a comment about the pilot. What were you meaning? I didn't get what your meaning was with that.
It's really hard to hear here. I have this fan.
I was saying, Mr. Chair, you made a comment about appetite for a pilot. I didn't understand what you were suggesting or meaning by that comment.
When we do economic development agreements, at times they have a pilot included in them, a 10-year pilot.
Mhm.
Those new dollars, if they were paying property tax, a pilot is kind of a budgetary way of giving the developer stability in their budget process.
Mhm.
It's a 50% tax abatement. They work their way up.
Mhm.
It still could be it's not considered ad valorem. It is considered a pilot incentive. Payment in lieu of taxes. They're paying that money instead of the tax base. If we were to capture that pilot, we would be doing the same thing, utilizing 10% of that pilot revenue towards tax reduction. If it would be the same as them paying ad valorem if it was a property tax.
And I think I asked the reverse question earlier and was told there was another ordinance apart from that that was going to capture that pilot later after the payoff.
That would be after the incentives were finished, when those
Okay.
properties were done paying the incentives and then came onto the tax roll. That's what that resolution would capture.
Okay. All right. So a little bit different. One more question then. Can the full board make an adjustment if they so choose? This is a recommendation if someone wanted to pursue that.
When it gets to the full commission, yes, they could do so.
All right. Thank you. I'm ready to vote now. I have clarity. Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I will bring the same issue forward when we go to full commission in reference to this item. I know it'll be on the consent calendar, but it may be a point of discussion as we move forward as to if we want to take any action. That takes us to our next item. Council, I have a question in reference to this. This is a resolution setting the public hearing. And then I have in my notes, the second item is the adoption of a resolution, but I don't see the resolution. Is it all within the same contract? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't see it broke out in my, but thank you, Madam Clerk. Got it. Okay, committee, that takes us to item 4.3. That's another resolution. It's the Redbud Reserve LLC, known as the Marion Project. It's been before us before, industrial revenue bonds. The first item is setting the public hearing regarding the proposed issuance of the bonds, and I believe those bonds are to the tune of 52 million. And we have Kurt Peterson and Mr. Wimpy. Gentlemen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, committee members. I'm Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell. Our firm serves as the UG's bond counsel. As the chairman said, the UG is in receipt of an application for the issuance of industrial revenue bonds to provide financing and certain incentives to the proposed project of a max amount of 52 million. And Mr. Peterson's here to give an overview of the project and introduce the specifics to you. And then I'll close with, upcoming action items and what's on your agenda tonight and what to look forward to procedurally here.
Thank you, Mr. Wimpy.
Mr. Chairman, one just point of clarity before turning it over to Mr. Peterson. The agenda says there's a resolution setting a public hearing. However, should you choose to proceed tonight, all that would be required is publication and notice to the taxing jurisdictions. So the resolution in your packet is what would go before the full board on March 27th. There's no action item to prompt a public hearing. We can simply publish under state law. So your action tonight, should you choose to proceed, would prompt us to make those publications.
So if I want to make sure I heard that correctly. If we vote for this resolution, if we advance this resolution, you won't have to have a public hearing. It just needs to be publicized in our local paper?
The public hearing will be required on March 27th pursuant to state law, but there's no action item in your packet tonight to prompt that. The resolution is simply the resolution of intent for industrial revenue bonds that would be in the full board's packet at the end of the month.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Peterson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Burrows, and good evening, Commissioners. Kurt Peterson here on behalf of the developer. The developer is Marion Development Group, which is based out of Louisville. They have lots of experience over many years with multifamily development. In fact, they're well north now of over $500 million of experience, I'd say, in high-quality multifamily communities. I always like to start with the location, the very beginning. Where are we talking about for this proposed project? So the project is at the southeast corner, as you can see in the hashed area there, of College Parkway and State Avenue. To the east, you can see the Turner Logistics project, North Point's project. You can see Lowe's, that white roof to the north across State Avenue. You can see the KCK Community College, at least the start of the campus, to the northwest. And then a sort of 1950s, 1960s residential community to the west. That's the southwest quadrant of that intersection. So it gives you a little sense of the neighborhood here. This is actually, you heard this during the zoning piece, but that hashed area, much of it is actually former KDOT right-of-way, which is how this property even came to exist, if you will, for potential private development. The project itself is a approximately $52 million multifamily community with the tagline, quality housing you can afford. There's 192 units across 8 buildings on the screen there. You can see the rectangles, and then at the very bottom, you can see, if your eyes are good, something labeled clubhouse, and that will be just as it sounds. It'll be a clubhouse. The amenities also notable. There are 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units available for rent in these buildings, so a good mix. The buildings are solid brick and hardy cementitious siding. Each unit will either have a patio if it's first floor or a balcony if it's a second or third floor. Besides the clubhouse, there will also be a playground area, which is down in the south again, and then also lots of open spaces. You can see at the very south end of the site plan on the screen, a large area. That is Chairman, well, I don't want to interrupt him. I'll say in general, there's somebody that asks about this always on this committee. There's a dry detention there on the south side, not wet detention basin. And then that entire sort of unprogrammed area in the south is open space, as well as the entire west side of the project. They can see west of the buildings so that residents can enjoy it. I have a rendering that'll give you good sense. So you can get your bearings here. State Ave, north is top, State Avenue's at the top, College Parkway's on the west side. So you now get that same vantage point as you look at the rendering. Again, you can see College Parkway divided off on the left side of the screen, running north-south, State Avenue just peaking at the very top of the screen, running east-west. And you see that open space I'm talking about in the foreground. That's not even showing all of it. There's a large amount of open space because this developer believes, whether it's for individuals or families, whoever lives in their communities, they like to have outdoor space that's safe and pleasant for them to be in. So you can see a lot of green space on this overall plan. Where I want to go next is just in having the chance to talk to over many years about residential developments with many of you, but also just on this project, introducing the project, there was topics that came up. So I thought to round out for this public portion of the presentation that I'd run through quickly a handful of those topics, and maybe it'll engender some questions too. Starting with security, I don't care where and what type of residential development you have, everyone always wants to know about security, and it's an important topic to start with. I will say that we, right out of the gate, reached out to the West Patrol, which is responsible for this part of town, and said, what do we need to be focusing on here with security as we design this project? And the answer was the main issue that can arise whenever you have a community like this is that there are a lot of cars and people can break into cars. And so it's best to try to, from the outset, to design your community where you can help minimize car break-ins. And there was 3 suggestions made. One was lighting, 2 was cameras, and the 3rd was a specific kind of camera, which is a license plate reader. So for this specific project, the parking lot and building lighting, with the building lighting having motion detectors, is designed just for that, so that there's no dark areas of the site at any time. And make sure that second, with cameras, that anybody that goes near the buildings are going to be picked up, in those parking lots are going to be picked up on camera with building mounted cameras that pick up all activity. And then third, although Marion has never had to do this before out of the gate, if we needed to put in a license plate reader, Marion has said they absolutely will do that. Their inclination is to wait and see if there's any sort of trigger that would cause them to do it, because there's just one more thing to monitor and manage and, maintain. But they are 100% on the record willing to do that should frankly, the commission thinks that's necessary at the outset, or what they'd prefer is to have whether a hard trigger or a soft trigger to put that in place. Why? They said, we're putting over $50 million in this location. We believe in it. We own these for 15 to 30 years plus, and we're going to make sure that the value of this project is maintained. And the only way you can do that is having the reputation and the actual experience of safety. So those are the 3 issues that were brought up by the police, and we've aim to address each one of those so we can make sure it's always maintained as a safe community. A second topic that's often brought up, especially this day and age, is there any sort of public transit available for people that would choose to use it? And the answer is, I usually don't have this good an answer on almost any project. So again, we're facing north right now. So if you go across State Avenue and you go a little bit to the west, you will find 1,800 foot to the west, we have a bus shelter for eastbound traffic. We have all the, as KCATA would say, amenities, pull out. And then if you're trying to go eastbound, only 750 foot from us on the south side of State Avenue, you have a pull out. It doesn't have all the amenities, but as a pull out for the bus route. And I understand, as I've learned more about the routes, this is the most traveled high volume and used leg of the UG's public transit system. So it's perfectly situated for somebody that would choose to use it. Footnote, just across from the clubhouse, if you go west from that building in the foreground there, off to the west, there's also pullouts already built for a north-south route, but I understand there's not service right now, but at least it's built. So if service is provided in the future, that'd be another way if you're trying to go north-south on the bus system. The next topic is the idea of reserves. That is, for capital maintenance reserves for this community, what will be set aside at the beginning when you close your loan and start building, and then what will be set aside every year? And the answer is $1,500,000 will be set aside in reserves, very beginning of the project. And then every single year, $76,800, which is $400 per unit, is how that's calculated. And I mentioned this previously to some of you because you were involved in the project at 78th and Torome last year that was approved, 2024. That was very similar quality, very similar project. And many were very impressed, as I was, with the reserves that they set aside. And I just want to do a quick comparison, little history. The reserves I just mentioned for this project at the outset are 38.5% higher. And then the annual reserves are 33% higher. Not saying the other project's a great project, but this is even higher. One commissioner had asked me in the recent weeks, how do you come up with the right amount of reserves? How do I know that's the right amount of reserves? And I have the answer and an honest answer. It's not an answer that maybe one was looking for. Well, you have this much per foot of concrete and this. It's not like that, but here's the answer. I went back and talked to Marion, and Marion said, we have tons of experience, and we take all of that experience from all of our projects that we've done in the past, and we put it together, and we determine it based on the historical data, how much is needed, plus just industry data. And, a little bit of proprietary calculations, and they come up with this amount, which, as I said, is even much higher than Victory Hills with all their experience. That was reserves. The next was mentioning that because of our proximity, just diagonal, right, catty corner to the upper left there is the entire community college campus. We made sure to reach out early on to Dr. Mosier to understand if this is something that would be valuable potentially for students that attend the college. And there was actually at one point and it may even be in the official packet now, a letter that Dr. Mosier signed along with the developer. And effectively, it was just memorializing that quality, safe housing for junior college students is incredibly important, yet scarce. And that the community colleges had big problems finding that in this area in the past. There's all sorts of stories that could be told about that. And so, although Centennial Hall, opened two years ago, approximately a couple years ago, has been a smashing success there on campus. It's already has an extraordinarily long waiting list. So on this point to end, this is certainly not the panacea that solves everything because first we have to qualify. Not every student will qualify to live here, but certainly some will and some will live there. It doesn't solve the problem for the community college, but as Dr. Mosier put it, it's a real benefit to the community college and the entire area where he considered it to be a housing desert in there when it comes to not just housing, but quality, safe, affordable housing. The next topic is where we are procedurally with this project. So you may remember, but given all your projects, I'm going to say it out loud. This project was fully approved in terms of its zoning and its preliminary development plan. So the only thing that remains there is to do the final development plan to the Planning Commission, which if the industrial revenue bond request is ultimately supported and approved, then the final development plan will happen. And then after that, building permit with construction starting later this year. Financing. This project expects to benefit from federal and state housing tax credits. In exchange for receiving those, there'll be a limit on the amount of rent that can be charged per unit. Many of you are aware of this sort of setup. This specific project would have a cap of 50% of area median income and 60% area median income, pretty much half and half of the units. So that means something, but maybe something that means more if I translate that to dollars. Which can change over time with area median income. But right now that would translate using round numbers to approximately $900 per unit on the low end to $1,400 on the high end per month. This is the financing mechanism, these tax credits, along with industrial revenue bonds that are both essential to make that on the screen come about a $50+ million project and yet still be affordable to Wyandotte County residents. The last slide I wanted to show you also is sort of financing related, but I call it more tax revenue related than anything. So it's small and but I couldn't cut anything because it's all telling part of the overall financial narrative for the UG and the other taxing jurisdictions. So currently the land right now, as it sits with no development on it, generates about $15,000 per year for all the taxing jurisdictions. That's the second pink box from the right, the first number down. 14,964. That's what it does today. And you can just follow your eyes down and see if we just let it sit like that, we gave it some inflation over time. That's about what, $360,000 over 20 years in total to the taxing jurisdictions if we leave it be. So during the proposed 10-year industrial revenue bonds, which is what is on the table today. And I should have mentioned this. I skipped over it unintentionally. What's before you is an identical request from the Victory Hills project approved last year by the commission. Nothing changed. That's the one at 78th and Tromie I made reference to. So that's a fixed pilot. That's not a good word, is it? That's a fixed contribution, Chairman Burrows, a fixed contribution of taxes for 10 years. And that has an inflator involved. And it starts at $747 per unit. And again, identical, everything about it to the project approved last year. Let's skip back to the benefit to the UG and the taxing jurisdictions. So on the screen, during that 10-year fixed contribution period that I just mentioned, we're going to be in the blue here at the top, those columns. Contributions along with taxes that are otherwise have to still be paid even when you have an IRB. Altogether, those payments made per year will jump from, again, that $15,000 to about $140,000 per year to the UG and the other taxing jurisdictions. That's during the 10-year contribution period. Well, what happens after that? And see the big black box in the blue column, how it starts? That after that period, you get to year 11. So now we're going beyond that. Well, what happens after the 10-year period? After the 10-year period, that annual amount paid to the UG and other taxing jurisdictions jumps to an estimated around $330,000 per year. Well, what does that look in the complete snapshot, which is what we do? We always zoom out and say, okay, big picture, compared to the $330,000, if we just let it sit as it is over the next 20 years, what's the amount that will be generated by during the IRBs and after the IRB period? And you can go to the very bottom right of the entire table and you can see the 4.8, 4.9 rounded up $1 million. That's the delta between 5.2 million just next to it and the 363,000 that happens if we just let the land sit as is. So I would say by anybody's measurement, a huge, huge financial input in terms of taxes and contributions to the UG and the other taxing jurisdictions through this. Now I'm going to use the word, Chairman. In addition to all that, on top of all that are BPU pilots. And the BPU pilots, using rough math, and I also leaned on Mr. Kendall a little bit just because he delves into that world more than I do a lot of times. We're talking about is a little more than this, I think, about $50,000 a year in BPU pilots that would be on top of that, in addition to what you have on the screen. So wrapping up at least my couple talking points that I'd want in your mind as you consider this decision, this project, this application for industrial revenue bonds. One is that the IRBs, as are the federal and state tax credits for housing, are absolutely essential, 100% essential to make this move forward, the complete package. So why do I find, and I hope you do too, this compelling? One is because of the location, like we saw on the screen. If I could go backwards. What else goes at this site? And I'm going to not spend 10 minutes on this, but really let your mind go there. I didn't spend a lot of time on it, but I can in questions about access. It's got horrible access, and it always will, given how close it is to the intersection and different site characteristics. Retail cannot go here. The access would never attract retailers. Then you say, well, what about some other sort of housing, some lower density, something like that? Highly unlikely. We're right next to the industrial. We just don't usually see that happen. Office, I don't think we do office anymore, unfortunately, in life, but you know what I mean. So you start going, well, how do we make this into a productive piece of land? Junior college for everybody, project like this. That's our position. So what else goes here would be the point. Two would be, this is quality housing that's affordable for UG residents, whether it be some of the college students or just others that live in the area or want to live in the area. That in and of itself, I know many of you would agree, is a big deal. It's a challenge all jurisdictions are fighting right now. How do we deliver quality, affordable housing? We could do it here at this site. And then lastly, and I'm ending with this one for a reason, that last slide, I just think that's just not always the case. Even with projects that are wanting to have I'd call it a public-private partnership like this, that is some sort of partnership with the UG. They don't all look like this. These are huge numbers for a piece of dirt that really isn't going to generate much of anything, most likely for the unified government. With that, Chairman, I'd be happy after Mr. Wimpy speaks or right now to answer your question or anybody else's questions. Thank you for your time.
Questions, committee? Commissioner Burns.
think I've asked you this question before. What capital is the junior college putting into this? Anything?
No,
Okay, so they'll depend on us for fire, police, and whatever. But the advantage to them is to have affordable housing probably for their students. But they're not willing to be a partner with us at all in making the costs smaller. I mean, if you go around town, there's not a empty building in town that the junior college hadn't bought and rehabbed. You know, so I just have a problem that they're not willing, or I don't know if anybody from the JUCO is here, to be a part with this, with the unified government on costs.
Commissioner Burns, I can't remember. Maybe you and I haven't talked about this, but federal law does prohibit, because of the housing tax credits, from being any sort of partnership, if you will, between the junior college and a private developer like this. So I'm not getting in the middle of your discussion with the junior college at all. I'm just saying one little point is in this case, there couldn't be any sort of arrangement where, for instance, they contribute to the project or pay some money to set aside rooms. It's actually not allowed by law. But I appreciate your comments.
Okay, could their security go around here in the evening?
I'd have to consult with people that specialize in that. I don't want to be on the record giving bad information. I'm not sure.
And I don't know why the developer wouldn't want to have the license plate reader. I mean,
It's really no big deal. It was more, hey, let's see if we need it. We don't really think we're going to need it. If we need it, we'll do it. I mean, there's no shyness about it.
well, it'd probably be a good selling point,
Understood.
but I don't know. Can't imagine it would cost that much.
It doesn't.
Mr. Wakes,
Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
use your microphone, please. So, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. You're not from Wyandotte County, I assume. By your presentation, you added, I'm here representing the BPU. You added BPU to pilot. BPU, pilot, they don't mix. We're the billing. We just provided on our bill, where the city asked us to put it on the bill, but the pilot is a unified government charge. Just wanted to make that clarification.
I've listened to, first of all, thank you for saying that. I've had the privilege over 2 decades now of sitting in many of these conversations, so I appreciate your point. Yes, sir.
You know, I might add that the BPU is an arm of the unified government too, just for clarification.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, how many, so there's 190 units, correct?
Or 92, that's right.
192, okay. How many, are they all gonna be 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom? Or
It's a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom.
okay, so what are we gonna do about the parking? Because it doesn't seem like there's enough parking spots.
This is actually parked in the industry, and I think you know this, Commissioner Lopez. I feel like we've talked about this too. You generally go by the number of parking stalls per unit. There's a couple other metrics, but that's a normal one. And this is right around 1.5 per unit. And if you look at Marion's entire portfolio, they are plus or minus, they're right a little above that with all their projects, and they've never had a parking problem. And this was approved again.
Right, well, what I'm saying is, there's some stuff that's approved that probably shouldn't have been. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, according to your picture,
Mhm. You want to put that?
there's nowhere near 190 or even 192 parking spots.
If you don't
according
mind,
to your
let's put it
picture.
up there and we can talk about it. So it's probably easier.
Now,
No,
where'd we go?
there we go. So if you want me to say how many there are, would that help?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. So there are 273 stalls. And like I said, that's 1.4 something, in that range of every project they do is about 1.5 stalls per unit. And something also I was able to talk with some of you about is, you heard me say this actually tonight, Marion is really big on green space, open space. That's part of what they want for the individuals and families that live at their communities, as you saw in the rendering. But when we went through the approval process, the UG for the plan and for the parking, we made sure to identify all the different spaces here that if we needed to add parking spaces, we can take over little pods of green and we can add back, really, frankly, virtually as many spaces as we need. We just didn't want to do it out of the gate because we'd much rather have green space. But if we need more parking, we'll have to add some stalls. But in our experience over a long period of time with a lot of projects, this is going to be plenty of parking.
Okay, because I'm looking at your schematics versus your picture here. That's where I'm having a hard
The
time.
rendering you're saying versus the site plan?
Yeah.
Commissioner Stikes, I can't see if you have your hand raised, but if you care to interject a question. Committee, any other questions? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Wimpy. Mr. Peterson, you mentioned several times the college, but again, this will not be housing only for the college.
Not even close, right? No,
Okay.
it's just available like it is to the rest of the community that can qualify given those rent limitations.
Okay.
income limitations.
And you mentioned that part of the financing package would include some tax credits. I've heard that that tax credits for the state may be going away. Is that going to impact this project?
No, ma'am, I understand what you're talking about, and no, given the timing of this, that would not impact it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Peterson, if I may, a couple, we usually go 1.5, I think is what you stated. So we're talking about the difference of roughly 96 parking spots. If we divided the 192 by a half, that gets us an additional 96 parking spots. And you're at 273 versus 288. So I think there's already 15 less parking places. I think that's what we were trying to get to here. Does that sound correct?
You're saying as compared to 1.5?
Yeah, I compared
I
it.
didn't run that math. Yeah,
Okay.
it's plus or minus 1.5, so that sounds close.
You paralleled this with the Victory Hills development.
That's right.
The Victory Hills development was one that really kind of set the stage as to what the commission was hoping to at least guide when it come to LIHTC housing, or it's now taken on the name affordable housing. But the crosswalks on College Boulevard that will have to be put in place for the transit pickups. Yeah, I believe there's a transit stop on the west side of College Boulevard. On the south side,
Right. I said across from the clubhouse, there's a pullout right now, but there's no bus route. Is that the one you're talking about on the
no,
west
I'm
side?
talking about on State Avenue.
Oh, on State Avenue.
State Avenue, if you go west in front of the old optometrist shop, there's the furniture store there. I used to know it as Furs. I don't know what it's called now, but there's a stop there, bus stop there. And then you say there's one on the other side.
The north side too.
Also. Has anyone discussed if these students, is this going to be student housing?
It's not going to I'm so sorry. It's saying it'll be student housing could give the wrong impression. You don't mean to, but that could give the wrong impression. We're simply saying that it's open to the community, and if a student qualifies and there's room, they could be there. But, and by the way, there's fully improved intersection with crosswalks and signalization and all that already.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
Yes, sir.
ensure that those crosswalks are well marked, because those are very busy intersections.
That's right.
I believe they're 4 wide at the turns, so just wanted to ensure that was there. The 1.5 million set aside per year. You did mention that we have the pilot, the alternative tax incentive.
Contribution is the contribution.
And you also have the BPU pilot associated to this also?
That was the number I gave at the end, a little over $50,000 a year would be another benefit. That has nothing to do with the IRBs. That was simply because certain commissioners tend to ask What about, now I feel like I can't talk because I don't know how to say it. The pilot that is on the BPU bill, right? The pilot that's on the BPU bill is in addition to the exhibit I showed, because I've been asked so many times by commissioners, well, what about the pilot that's on the BPU bill? So I just mentioned that in case you had that question.
Okay, so you're not getting any incentive from the
No,
BPU?
not at all.
Okay, I think that was the clarification I wanted to have made.
Just revenue to BPU/unified government. That's right.
Got it. Okay, and 900 to 1,400 a month. Do we know how many units have come into, maybe somebody can answer that, how many low-income and affordable rate apartments have been developed in Wyandotte County in the last 2 years? Do we have a number? Mr. Wimpy, you've worked on a few of those. The reason why I'm asking, because I do know that HUD has a tremendous amount of vouchers left but landlords will not rent. And that's why the vouchers are still setting in HUD, but yet we're continuing to build out low income and affordable rate market apartments. And we have yet to do mixed use. And so I'm a little concerned as to putting all of our eggs in one basket in the affordable and low income. I'd just like to know how many thousands of units we have built in the last three years of low income and or market rate apartments in Wyandotte County. We seem to have a tremendous saturation of such, and it's been a little concern. It's brought to my attention by a few neighborhood groups that have talked to me about it. But I would hope that we could have that answered when we go to commission with this issue.
Mr. Chairman, we can look over the last couple of years. To my knowledge, at least that the UG has approved incentives for. The Victory Hills project from 2024 is the only one in the last handful of years that the unified government has incentivized. But I think as this group's aware, some of the tax credit projects are financed by the statewide Kansas Development Finance Authority, or KDFA, is the one of the financing arms of those. So we can do some looking and come up with an approximation.
Yeah, I think it would be prudent to understand, while we're trying to meet a housing challenge here in our community, the saturation can be very concerning. And the units that have been going in started out low income, and there are multiple developments, and Mr. Peterson, are not all your developments. But the developments have continued to come here to Wyandotte County. And I know there were some visits with the other two cities and in the last couple of weeks in reference to this, what I would refer to as the saturation. We keep talking about building more to address the homeless. Our homeless statistics only show 400 to 600 people, but yet we're building hundreds of units, if not thousands of units in Wyandotte County. And so I just wanted to ensure that we know collectively the number of units that we're building in Wyandotte County to help us strategically target ongoing development, especially for housing in our community. So thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Commissioner Burns.
Yeah. Mr. Peterson, I think earlier in your presentation, and this is the reason I brought it up about the junior college, you said that, or maybe I misinterpreted, that the junior college and the developer had to sign some type of agreement.
I totally understand why that would be confusing to you. We actually approached, it was actually my idea to go in because I knew the college was right there. And I said, would you have anybody that might ever be interested, that might qualify to live here? And ultimately, to document that, we worked with the UG Administrator's Office to go ahead and it's not an agreement. You know, it's a one-pager, if you remember seeing it. Just Dr. Mosier writing this letter, and then the developer signed it, acknowledged. So there's no agreement, there's no promises, there's no anything. It was just supposed to show commissioners, to the extent commissioners care about it, that we had approached the college and said, you know, this is here if anybody qualifies, wants to live here, nothing more than that.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
privilege to say one quick thing, if you don't mind.
No, please.
Thank you. And I only say this again because I know you certainly know what's going on with all the facts and everything, but you had made mention of homeless, which is a whole different topic, not only in Wyandotte County, you can see in the paper in Johnson County and Douglas County, there's a homeless challenge that's happening. This project has nothing to do with homeless folks. No homeless person could ever come in any scenario and pay $900 to $1,400. So I know you were just mentioning that generally, but I didn't want someone listening to be confused that this project is going to tackle that problem because it'll have nothing to do with that.
And I appreciate that, and it wasn't intent to cloud the subject matters are commingled, and that's why there has been so much movement to build affordable and low-income tax credit housing in Wyandotte County, and they commingle those discussions, that the need is there, while HUD, who is our partner in ensuring that we have units available for rent, are sitting on vouchers because the people can't qualify, either through COVID for being evicted, or for whatever reason, landlords just say, no, we're not renting. And so we have those vouchers out there, but yet we still have a homeless situation. And that has, these conversations have become very commingled. And I think there's a section of our community that believes that these houses are being built specifically to address the homeless situation, and they're not. Or if they are, then they need to be disclosed. Affordable and low income, it's when we have hundreds and hundreds of units, that's all we've had. We haven't had mixed income. The only mixed income units we had downtown Kansas City, Kansas, they kicked the higher end out and made it all low income. So we had one mixed use. We have no comparables for a developer that wants to come in and do mixed use in our community. And our community so sorely needs mixed use so that we can drive additional commercial development and retail development. And that all goes hand in hand. And it's just been asked of me as chairman of this committee in reference to the comments that I make publicly about the developments on affordable housing and low income. What are we doing about mixed income? What are we doing about upper income? And we seem to fight that anytime we bring that forward. It has to go back to the affordable, that only people in Wyandotte County can afford to live in affordable. That to me is just disrespect to the people of this community that would love to get out of their home and move into a nice apartment that is maintained and offers services. We don't have that here. And all these developments are just this. They're affordable, 900 to 1,400. And we use the excuse that it's Wyandotte County workers that will live there. I grow concerned about just the saturation, having lived in this community my entire life, seeing what Section 8, Section 42 did to our community 50 years ago. I'm just very cautious about the saturation. And we've had this discussion. I see no over 65 and older development for low income. We have seniors in this community that love to stay that are being forced out of their homes, and maybe they can move into this. I'm sympathetic to that. It's just the two subjects have commingled themselves. But I appreciate and respect your comment. Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, just a quick question. Does, where to go? KC 2000 investors who own the ground, that's part of slash block realtors? Are you guys, is Marion buying the ground? They're buying the ground?
Actually, I don't even know. I believe you that that's the seller. I didn't even look up to see who the seller is, but Marion is the contract purchaser that if the IRBs get approved, that they then close on the ground and move forward, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Committee, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if there are any hands raised online who would like to speak.
There is a hand raised. Carrie McCarthy.
Okay. Ms. McCarthy?
Carrie McCarthy. You'll need to unmute, Carrie. And you'll be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments. State your name and city of residence for the record as well.
Ms. McCarthy, can you hear us? Okay. Madam Clerk, was there any comments received from the public?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item? Please come forward and you'll be given 3 minutes. State your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Greg Kindle, President of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council and a KCK resident. I'm here in support of the issuance of the industrial revenue bonds for Red Bud Reserve to develop the 192-unit multifamily development located at 6909 State Avenue. Now, I know that this is probably not going to surprise you. I tend to repeat some of the economic information because I'm with the Economic Development Council. So, do bear with me that even though Mr. Peterson has hit on most of this, I think it's worthwhile to make sure that the general public remembers that today we generate about $15,000 a year in property taxes off this site. This is a challenging economic time for the unified government. So we're always interested when there is new revenues to be generated for the community. And in this case, during the incentive period, as was noted, this $52 million investment generates about $150,000 a year during the incentive period. And then when it burns off, we're going to generate about $330,000 a year for the community versus the $15,000 that you have today. And so I know that you all sometimes go, he just repeats the same thing that's been said, but sometimes it's just a matter of repeating for the general public that we are trying to drive an economic development and revenue to the community. And now while housing is a challenge everywhere, and we've talked about this housing challenge, this location helps to solve for at least, I think, a challenge that we have in both housing needs for those who work nearby, but also has been noted, some discussion about the KCK Community College, where there's a waiting list to live on campus. And we have had these conversations with community college because we want these students to stay in our community. And we've talked about the fact that we don't have affordable housing or places for students who go to school here to actually stay here. And so I just want to make sure that we hammer this home that we want it all ways, right? We want folks who can stay in this community, get educated, get a good job, and then move on to the next housing level. They got to start someplace. And right now there's a waiting list at the KCK Community College. And so I applaud that the developer actually thought enough to go and engage the school district or the community college to say, hey, how can we help you with this? And to your point, Commissioner, I think the community college is sharing in this because they too have to share in the incentive. So if there's a 50% abatement that ultimately gets approved, they
1 minute remaining.
they share in that. At the end of the day, I think, this does spark an additional discussion about housing. It's already sparked that to some degree. To answer your question, Commissioner Burrows, to my knowledge, there's only been 2 actually approved multifamily developments using LIHTC that have actually started construction, and that's Victory Hills with 152 units and City Hall Place with 42. So less than 200, not hundreds, have actually ever moved forward beyond actual either proposal or actually broke ground for one reason or another. There have been a couple that have been for senior living, like the Wylofts. And I just want to also note in my last few seconds that Lenexa, who's often been touted by this unified government of how they love the Lenexa City Center, use LIHTC just down the road from the Lenexa City Center to do multifamily housing using LIHTC because they wanted to utilize it. And Bonner Springs recently used it out at
Your time is up.
K7 for the same reason. So thank you. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall. Staff, we're going to go back to Carrie McCarthy. She texted one of the commissioners that she is muted and can't get unmuted. Ms. McCarthy, if you're still there, we'll give you another try.
She's no longer online. We tried to promote her to panelist to see if we can get her on, but she is no longer online. Okay, she's back. Carrie McCarthy, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
We can. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please state your name and city of residency for the record.
Thank you very much. Carrie McCarthy, Kansas City, Kansas. I have a quick question on the 52 million. How much of that is coming from tax credits? What percentage versus IRBs?
Mr. Peterson?
Chairman, I don't have the capital stack right in front of me, but the IRBs are not actually a financing mechanism. So $0 from the industrial revenue bonds. That's just a statutory tool. And that's actually, I don't know if Mr. Wimpy, if you were, it's chairman's decision, but I don't know if you were going to explain that like you normally do.
So how are, before my 3 minutes are up real quick, how are IRBs repaid? What happens in the event that the forecasted revenue from these units isn't as high as anticipated right now? And I would like the commissioners to think long and hard. We've got IRBs out for Indian Springs for affordable housing. Now we're talking these affordable housing, star bonds for American Royal. It has to end somewhere. I don't believe the senior citizens on a fixed income want to forfeit their homes to move into apartments simply because it's taken care of. I believe what they are begging for, and every taxpayer and constituent, I might add, is begging for, is relief on their taxes so they can remain in their homes. So I think we need to put our heads together. Instead of affordable housing, yes, that's necessary. It's absolutely, everybody deserves a roof over their head and food on the table. I don't think any of us would disagree with that. But we have to help them in a long-term solution-oriented plan, not IRBs, not bonds, not abatements, not pilot, we have to come up with revenue that the unified government can count on annually as we reduce the burden on the taxpayers. And it can be done. It starts with cutting costs. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Mr. Wimpy, you want to say something?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to turn to prepared comments, which might address some of the structuring and procedural elements. But if we're still in public comment, I'm happy to withhold that and do that at the end here as you please.
I just want to make sure, do we have any other hands raised from public?
There are no other hand raised.
Thank you. That closes our public comment. Mr. Wimpy, did you have something you wanted to add before I call for a vote?
Sure. Yeah, if it's appropriate, Mr. Chairman, I have just a couple minutes covering some of the usual bases you're used to hearing from me and also some of the aspects here that are a little bit different because of the tax credit element of this project. Again, as Mr. Peterson said, it'll be familiar to you from the Victory Hills project that was presented to this committee and board in the last couple of years. But looking ahead to your meeting at the end of the month, pursuant to statute, a cost benefit analysis was prepared and is in your packet, and a public hearing would be scheduled for March 27th. Following the public hearing, you'd consider the resolution of intent. That would also approve a performance agreement that sets forth the terms of the incentives requested here, which are sales tax exemption on construction materials and furniture, fixtures, and equipment, as well as a partial property tax abatement approximating about 50%. The terms of that are set forth in the performance agreement, the usual performance covenants and maintenance obligations, as well as a construction obligation to get underway by summer of 2026 and complete the project within 2 years. Now, turning quickly to the tax credit elements of this, again, a lot of this will be a repeat from the Victory Hills presentation that's semi-recent. Often when we're talking about a buy-your-own bond deal, you hear it with regard to industrial revenue bonds that don't contain this tax credit element. So there's a few key differences and few key similarities. One of which Mr. Peterson already touched on, which is federal tax law requires an affordability element to be in place for 15 years, which restricts the income of the residents there and who they can offer it to. And it also requires an infusion of tax exempt bonds. And part of the request here is that the developer would, if this was approved, would then go seek its tax credit financing and put together its capital stack, and in the future return to the UG for the issuance of those bonds when those things were in place. And that's one of the key differences of what you're used to hearing us talk about with an IRB deal versus this, which is that there'd be a third-party purchaser, usually a bank or lender that comes along with the developer to place those bonds with. Second key difference is these bonds would be issued up earlier than you're used to. For the typical IRB deal, the bonds are issued at or near completion of the project. And here, if they're part of the construction financing, they'd be issued sooner in the timeline. And then lastly, the term would be longer because often the repayment term, if you think about a mortgage or a construction loan, that would cover a longer term than just the 10-year abatement period. It is often part of the mix here. Crucially, there are similarities, though. Again, the performance covenants you're used to seeing in the development agreement or performance agreement in the packet. And then most important thing you'll hear me say, as always, is that for industrial revenue bonds, there's no repayment risk for the unified government. They're repaid from lease payments made by the developer. There's no credit risk to the unified government because statute actually prohibits you from pledging your full faith and credit like you would pledge for a general obligation bond. And so lastly, just to put a bow on the procedural elements, that if you proceed tonight, we'll make the statutory publications to notice up a public hearing for March 27th. And should it be approved there, the developer would have that approval in hand and go seek its financing and then return to you at a later date for the issuance of the bonds. With that, I'm happy to follow up on anything or answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Wempe, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Kendall. Committee, a motion? Yes, Mr. Wakes?
Wakes, can you turn your mic on, please?
I understand that there is a requirement for the parking by the city's ordinance. Is that correct? The parking?
Oh, the parking is zoning, I believe, and
Yeah.
council's here, they can guide us. I believe it's a parking spot per bedroom is by ordinance. That seems to be the norm. So a one bedroom would be one parking spot, two bedroom, two. That's my understanding. I don't know if that's what legal's interpretation is. But we can get you the exact answer.
Well, Kurt, you went through the planning process, and I think they do apply the standard. I'm not sure if it's in the code, but it is a standard that they apply.
Sure, Commissioner. So, well, to everyone's asked this question. The code right now, which we believe, and planning department would agree too, on almost every city is over parking everything and is working to revise codes to under park. It's the same thing here. The parking required would be 354. So we'd have 81 stalls. We've talked about this before, 81 stalls short. So that's why we provided a map to the Board of Zoning Appeals where you're required to get parking variances under the code. And then also to some of y'all that asked to show exactly where, if it was still up there, that site plan, it's very easy to take up blocks of green space and put in the necessary parking stalls you need. We are not concerned we'll have to do that, but if we have to do that, you as a commissioner do not have to be concerned that we wouldn't be able to provide more parking. We designed the site that way, but we don't want to start out that way because our experience tells us we will never need it. And until we do need it, we want green for our residents. We don't want an urban jungle for folks. So we want less concrete, more grass, but because of the topics coming up again on kind of putting a point on it, Chairman Burrows, looking at you, we can add more parking. We followed all the procedures as Jeff said, to do everything we're required to do in the code. And the Board of Zoning Appeals unanimously said, we agree with that. Let's go with green. If you need to add more parking, you've shown us where you can do it. So just want to have no confusion where that would be somebody that wouldn't want to support this over that issue, because there's plenty of ability to provide more. We don't think we need it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time to answer that question.
Any other questions, comments?
Commissioner Stites' hands is raised.
Commissioner Stites.
Thank you. Stites District 7. So, Kevin, this would be directed to you. I think one of the questions that the other panelist called in about, she asked, I think, if I'm not mistaken, she asked if the IRBs weren't met by the anticipated forecast for revenues, what would then, I'm sorry, what would then be the payment method?
Commissioner, thanks for the question. So if there was an underpayment on, I want to make sure I'm answering the right question. To clarify, if there was an underpayment of the lease revenues, what would be the repayment source?
Yeah, because I believe that you said that the payback of the IRBs would be off at revenues from the rents. So if rents were down or below anticipated numbers, how would that be repaid?
Right. So the statute prohibits any backing of the unified government to start from that standpoint. So there'd be no situation where the UG would be on the hook for that. An underpayment of the lease payments that support repayment of debt service here would be an event of default under the bond covenants. And so from the UG's perspective, you could terminate the property tax incentive attendant to the IRBs. And so we just commonly say, if there's an event of default, you can collapse the deal and terminate the bonds. And there's probably a bifurcated answer here of, second, if there's a third-party bond purchaser through the tax credit mechanism, they would sort of act as a quasi-lender and have rights to step in and remedy, which also gives you some assurances that somebody else with deep pockets who has an interest in the project would step in and make things right there. And Mr. Peterson, if I've misstated any plans there.
Not at all. If Chairman allows me just to add to that, the developer in this case is buying their own IRBs. So to Commissioner Stites' question, if it almost sounds funny to say it, but this is entirely true. If the developer didn't pay the quote rent under the bond, the amount due under the lease, IRB lease, that just means there's not the money to pay them as the bondholder. Big circle. So it's simply a problem that is not a problem, if you know what I mean, when in a buy your own bonds scenario.
Any other questions? Mr. Stites, did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Committee? Motion?
Move to approve the resolution as submitted.
Just for clarification, council, we approve this resolution. It does set the public hearing as well as approves the $52 million for the IRBs, correct? Okay, go ahead.
Correct. So if it advances out of committee today, on your March 27th agenda would be a public hearing and then consideration of this resolution of intent, which would be the formal approval.
Just wanted to make that clarification because it is two items within the same. Committee, we have a motion. Is there a second? Committee, we do have a motion to approve. Without a second, motion fails. Committee action? Seeing none?
Mr. Chair, move to send this resolution on to full committee without,
Commissioner Barrows, I'm sorry, we lost Commissioner Stites.
Okay. We need to wait, see if we can get him back on. I mean, I do have a quorum, but if we can get him back on, that would be great.
well, if we lost him, do you know if he if he was trying to make some statement for second or motion, when did we lose him?
Did he have his hand up before we lost him? No? Okay.
Okay.
No.
Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to forward this resolution on to the full board without comment.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, motion fails. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you. Just to comment, we have heard so many times about the need for housing. And I'm going back to the time when I came out of school. This is the type of housing that would be needed for people who are working. You've got, like I said, college age, I don't want to say kids, college age individuals right in that community. So I'm not sure why we are not trying to help these people get decent, affordable housing. So this is unfortunate. Thank you.
Council, what's our, with the motion, both motions have failed due to lack of second. What's our options?
As far as an item tonight, there aren't any other related resolutions to the project. So I would say that there's no appetite to pursue any motions tonight. It doesn't mean that it couldn't be brought back at a later time and brought to ED&F. So I'd say tonight, it's probably a dead issue. Unless there's another motion by the body for some type of variation, but
And council, if we take no action on this evening, can the project, it won't advance to full commission without a motion. Can they bring it back to us with any changes? Does there have to be a contractual change, or can they just bring the same project back next month?
I think it's possible they could bring the exact same back. There might be discussions between the meetings. I think theoretically it's possible to bring back the same project because it for lack of a second. I don't think that means necessarily that was a no vote. It just meant that there was a lack of a second at this on
Right, we just failed to advance the resolution is what we failed to do. I just wanted to ensure that by taking no action this evening, I don't believe it's the intent of the committee to kill the project per se. I think there may be some questions, maybe a little more homework needs to be done in reference to Mr. Wakes.
Can I change my vote to accept her second motion to,
There has to be a motion.
okay?
I won't recognize this right now. I want to make sure we get things straightened out,
Very good.
first of all. So if, the fact that we've had two motions, one to advance it to full commission without recommendation, and the first one was to pass the resolution forward to the commission with committee action. And both of those failed for lack of a second. So without another motion, the subject matter would be dead this evening and could very well come back next month. Okay.
Could I just say that, Mr. Chair, that
Yes.
Jeff Conway, legal counsel. The other thing is if there's a motion and a second and it's put to a vote, that may be a more of a decisive result tonight. So that's another thing to weigh.
Yeah. Well, it's my intent to take some kind of action here this evening, whether we have to reschedule for next month or we take some kind of an action here. But Mr. Wakes did ask a question about having an opportunity to revote. I would entertain a motion that is not, the motion should change a little from the motion that didn't get a second. There by a little bit. Somehow or another, it needs to change from the original motion. Because the original motion failed on a second. So the motion would have to come forward with a little bit different clause to it. But I'd entertain a motion. Please, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question before we go through all this again, because I really don't have anything else. I did the very straightforward, to move to approve, and in the alternative to move it without recommendation. So I would like to hear, what is the holdup? What is the concern? And then maybe to your point, then the motion could change or it could be tweaked, but what is it that is a concern? And then that would at least give the proponent something, to work on, focus on, because it's either going to pass or it didn't, or we could propose to move it forward without recommendation and let the full board hear it. So that's what I would like to see to get to your point. What is the holdup? What is the concern?
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez?
I have to agree with Townsend on, Commissioner Townsend on more places for, for people to live. I get that. But if you want to bring it back and maybe sharpen your pencil a little better on the tax schedule, I think it'd be a little better there for me too. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns, did you have a comment?
So concerning Commissioner Townsend's statement about why, one of the great things about America is everybody's entitled to their own opinion. You have yours, I have mine.
Thank you. Thank God for freedom of speech. So I'm not asking anybody to change their opinion. I'm merely asking to share what the opinion is so that the proponent may go back and tweak it or discuss with any commissioner here what else they want to see that would be different. I mean, I already put forward a motion to pass it as is. That didn't fail. There's already a motion to move it forward with no recommendation. And you, Mr. Chairman, brought up maybe that it needs to change. How I can't change it unless I have some input from my colleagues here as to what their concerns are, so.
And I appreciate that, Ms. Townsend. I can't share with you what the opinions are of the committee. That's not my place to do that. That would be up to the developer to do that. I understand what council is asking us to do in making a decision here. The reason why I say the original motion that you made, Commissioner Townsend, failed for lack of a second.
Right.
Usually that motion is out of order on the second time it comes forward in most cases.
Mm-hmm.
The parliamentary process states that the motion can be restated, but there has to be just a little bit of a difference. Maybe put a date on it or whatever. It has to have a tweak. Usually that's parliamentary procedure. But if you don't want to do that, you can make your motion, and if we get a second, we'll advance it forward. And if we're not following procedure, we'll find out from legal as it goes forward.
I believe her initial motion, Mr. Chairman, was that we advance it to the commission without,
That was my second motion,
the second was without comment,
without recommendation.
without recommendation. Okay,
That was the second motion.
okay, okay.
That was the second. The original motion was to pass it out as presented here this evening. Pass the resolution forward as it was. That was the first motion. The second motion was the one without recommendation. In all honesty, I really don't want to see us pass this forward without recommendation. We as a committee should do our committee work. If we want to pass it forward, we can do it on minimum votes and do it on a non-consent calendar and have this debate publicly. We have a responsibility. And if we're not going to if we're just going to pass it forward without a recommendation, we did that last week on the 10%, the first ordinance that we heard this evening. That was kicked back to us because we chose to advance it forward with no recommendation. Tonight it went out. I'm willing to do that again, but it just sends a message this committee is not willing to do its work. That's just my perception, Mr. Wakes, as your chair.
Commissioner Stites is back on.
Commissioner Stites, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm not sure why I got booted off my computer, but I had to get to my phone, so now I'm on my phone. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites, we've had two motions and both motions failed for a second. One of them was to approve the items as presented this evening. That motion was the original motion. It failed to get a second. The second motion was to advance to full commission without recommendation. That motion failed for lack of a second. Do you have any concerns or comments you'd care to express?
I guess the only thing that I would say there, if there's concerns that we have as a commission that we would like for the developer to, I'm sorry, to look at, whether it's the well, I don't think the license plate reader is a holdup, but I think it needs to be in there right from Jump Street. And then also the parking spots that aren't there. And then also the pilot schedule, I think might need to be looked at also. That's my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend, maybe that adds a little light to your questions as to position of some of the committee. So, Mr. Wicks?
I'd like to move that the committee approve this going to the full commission with the recommendation that those three items be debated.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and I just want to make sure I understand the motion, Mr. Wakes, to go forward with the issues, the license plate reader to be discussed, the, the pilot schedule, and the third item, I want to make sure staff gets this. What was your third item? Parking, thank you, the parking variance. Staff, did you get that?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments?
So sorry, I'll raise my hand.
Please, Chuck, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess so. My question is, wouldn't anything would be, I mean, those things don't have to be identified in the motion, because anything, if it was advanced to full commission, is going to be on the table for discussion.
That's correct.
So, right. So I guess I'm trying to understand the reason that it would need to, this is just I mean, this is another way of just saying we're going to advance it to full commission without having those items answered. That's all.
Correct.
But it comes with a recommendation. That's what I wanted to, with the recommendation.
Mr. Wakes, you're going to have, can you speak up a little bit, please?
Thank you. My motion was that we advance it to the full commission with the recommendation that they debate it.
That they address those three issues?
They address any issues.
Oh, okay, that would be a substitute motion?
That'd be a substitute motion.
Okay, substitute motion's in order. Is there a second on the substitute motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for a substitute motion to advance it forward for discussion with the commission. I believe that's the motion. Okay, any questions? Mr. Stites, I don't see your hand. I just want to make sure you have a chance to speak.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes,
Aye.
Lopez,
No.
Burns,
No.
Stites,
No.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows.
No.
Motion fails.
Mr. Counsel?
Mr. Chair, there's another option that I haven't heard yet, but I just thought it might be a possibility is to hold it over another month, try to get a little bit more specificity as to what the right numbers are, and then come back again. I don't know if there's an appetite to do that.
I would say that would be one of a handful that could occur, but it would be up to the committee, whatever they chose to do. The motion failed as presented. I don't want to continue to piece at this. We need to either hold it over or it dies this evening until we get a full change of conversation through planning and zoning or whatever it may take. But I'm really trying here. Okay. Well, without a motion, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. We'll try one more time. I do want to thank Commissioner Stites for at least trying to articulate what may be for him only, certain problems. So I would move to hold this item over to allow anyone on this committee or any other commissioner who may have concerns with what they heard tonight, address that with Marion and or Marion's representative. So that would be my motion, to hold it over to the next meeting of this body for that purpose.
Hold it over till the next EDNF meeting. Yeah. Do we,
Yes.
staff, do we have date certain as to what date that is, please?
March 31st?
March 31st. Thank you.
Wait, second.
So we have a motion to hold this over for 30 days
With conversation. I mean,
with conversation.
yes, yeah.
Okay, so
that's
you're,
the point.
that conversation you're sharing with the developer that they need to consult who?
Well, any of the commissioners who may have concerns about it, to talk with the representative of Marion and council here, or else we'll be back in the same spot.
I don't know how we would do that. I guess I'm a little perplexed as to how I would put that into a motion. Holding it over 30 days is one, but putting in the motion that that we must meet with the developer.
Well, not must, as I said, for the purpose, if nobody wants to, but we, as you say, we have to make a decision. If it's held over, we'll be right back in the same spot, so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Townsend. Everyone understand the motion? Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes,
Aye.
Lopez,
No.
Burns, Stites,
No.
Townsend, Burrows,
No.
motion fails.
Committee, that takes us to the end of our meeting this evening. Mr. Peterson, I know you have questions. I would ask that you take those questions to our Economic Development Director. Should you have actions that you can take in order to get back before us. But this evening, the motion has failed to advance your project. Committee, there's no further action necessary this evening. Any other comments? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
Move for approval.
Second.
Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you, committee.
All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. Appreciate your patience here. If we can wrap up our last visits, and then we will get this show on the road. All right. Before I call this meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide a remote public comment for contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal office building. Public comment will be allowed during each agenda item. Comments should be limited to the item at hand and per the Commission rules of procedure, and should not include any rude or derogatory remarks, reflections as to integrity, abusive comments, and statements as to motives and personalities. My name is Andrew Davis, Commissioner for District 8. Yes, do we have a question or something from the clerk's office? Yes.
We just lost Commissioner Hill.
Okay, gotcha. We're going to keep this show on the road, and we're going to try to get, because we do have a quorum here, so we're going to try to, if you all can work to get Dr. Hill back on, that'd be greatly appreciated. Again, my name is Andrew Davis, District 8 Commissioner. I will now call the meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee for March 3rd, 2025 to order. Clerk, can we have the roll?
Roll call. Hill. Ramirez.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
Bynum. Davis.
Here. Thank you so much, Clerk. Is there any revisions to the agenda this evening?
There are no revisions.
Okay.
Commissioner,
Committee, yes.
for the land bank, item C1 was removed.
Item C1 was removed. Okay, when we get to the land bank portion, we will get to that. Yep. So hold that, but do be on standby to remind us when that comes up. Okay, any other revisions? Okay, for our first action item, we have November 13th, 2023 minutes. Are there any comments, or is there a motion for approval?
Find a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there was a motion made by Commissioner Bynum, a second by Commissioner Ramirez to adopt the November 13th, 2023 minutes. Clerk, can we have the roll?
Roll call. Hill. Ramirez.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum. Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Okay, our first item is our guest from Arts KC. They have a creative leaders program. Thank you all so much for the patience. Do you all have a presentation that you're going to be doing? Okay.
Yes, we have some
Get
slides.
their, presentation pulled up. And yes, Arts KC will share an opportunity for UG Wyandotte County leaders and practitioners to benefit from their trained artists on boards, committees, and projects through their civic council track. And so please take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you, commissioners. Good evening. My name is Dana Knapp, and I am the president and CEO of Arts KC. We are your regional arts council. Thank you for allowing me to introduce the Creative Leaders Program this evening, a new initiative launched in 2024 in collaboration with the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and funded by the NEA, the National Endowment for the Arts. This initiative aims to save a seat for artists and arts practitioners at the civic planning and policy table. Slide 2, please.
There should be a small
I
little,
see it. Oh, awesome.
there you go.
Okay. Okay. So Arts KC advances lives through the arts. We have been Wyandotte County's Regional Arts Council for the last 25 years. We serve also Johnson, Jackson, Platte, and Clay. So we aim to serve the metro region. We advance lives through the arts, and we believe that everyone deserves to participate in and benefit from the transformative power of the arts. We focus our service in our 5-county region in 3 pillars. Within 3 pillars, we promote the arts to ensure inclusive access. We accomplish that through building the capacity of arts organizations and artists to identify and welcome new and diverse audiences. And then we also build awareness and ensure the public know about activities and events throughout their communities. The second pillar of service is support. And primarily in that pillar is investment. We work very hard to not only invest in the arts, demonstrating the value of that through grant making, about $500,000 a year to small arts organizations and individual artists, but we also build the capacity of our arts and culture professionals to make lasting impact in our communities. And last but not least, we advocate for the arts. We really build awareness with our elected officials in the power of public funding as well as policy that underpins our arts and culture ecosystem. The opportunities and challenges we face in our communities are growing, increasingly complex, and the desire to address both with new, creative, and humane solutions is imperative. In 2023, representatives from Arts KC, the Mid-America Regional Council, and the Unified Government of Wyandotte County worked together to initiate the Creative Leaders Program, a partnership to fortify the unique capacity and expertise of artists and arts practitioners to engage in the areas of planning, community engagement, and public policy. This engagement occurs directly through the placement of artists on committees, councils, panels, and commissions in the civic and municipal realm. More specifically, Arts KC looks forward to working with the Unified Government of Wyandotte County's leadership to appoint artists and arts practitioners to designated committees as you mobilize the Plan KCK Comprehensive Plan. Most often, we consider engagement with artists and arts practitioners when we visit a gallery or enjoy a performance. We consider public art to be a commissioned work in a courtyard or as a focal point in a public park. The Creative Leaders Program strives to expand our understanding and transform the role of artists in our region. With talent, expertise, and specialized education, artists and arts practitioners bring unique perspectives and experience to bear as we solve the complex challenges and seize the opportunities in our future. The creative leaders in our region look forward to joining you as you move forward with your comprehensive plan. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate, again, you all being here and for this presentation. I've been to some events for Arts KC, and I know you all are very active in gearing up for the World Cup. And our strategic communications person, Ashley Hand, is actually responsible for bringing them all forward. So before we get committee to your comments, I do want to get public comment out of the way. I'll ask the clerk if there are any written comments for this item.
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay. For folks here in the gallery, does anybody have any questions or comments for this particular item in our agenda? Okay. Yes, please come forward. Just need your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi.
Yeah, make sure that it's green.
Come on now. Yeah, thanks. I'm Anna Fiorella and I live in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm part of the Arts KC team, and I just wanted to make sure I do have some documentation that talks about this program in my business card. So I'm going to leave that as well for people to grab on their way out if they'd like to learn more about the program.
Thank you. Are there any other folks that would like to submit public comment for this item? Okay, I will go ahead and close the public comment portion. Colleagues, any questions? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
You, Chair, and thanks for being here and waiting through the
Absolutely.
hours-long first meeting. I do really appreciate that. With regard to the goal, if you will, of bringing creative leaders and people with an artistic vision onto some of our boards and commissions, Council, I think correct me if I'm wrong, but the boards and commissions that the commissioners need to make appointments to, is it required that those be Wyandotte County residents in all cases?
I don't believe it's in every single case, but most of the time it is, yes.
Question is, do you have names available that are Wyandotte County residents that could be given to us if we were to reach out and say, I need someone on the Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council? Would you have?
We do.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much.
We completed our first cohort at the end of the calendar year, and we look forward, in fact, to a second cohort over the summer. I think there were 20 artists in the first cohort from all around the region, and we will aim for the same diversity in the second.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Commissioner Ramirez and then Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I second what Commissioner Bynum said, because I know, I try my best to find residents within my district, but sometimes not everyone wants to participate or has that ability to. I know, we all have busy lives, raising families, whatnot. So yes, I would love to have that, if there is a list so that we can go through, and I think this is an amazing program to have. Because, artists, yes, they're part of this community too. They should have a hand, and as you said, a seat at the table in making these decisions, especially when it comes to planning. Because we've seen across the country how artists are becoming part of the planning process of cities, and it's amazing. I don't know if anyone on staff knows if we've identified which boards, committees that we may open them to, or is it all boards and committees that we have?
Are you talking about as far as who has to be a Wyandotte County resident or who needs an appointment?
No, kind of, but like, what are we gonna have, are any of these artists allowed to serve on any of the boards that we have?
Right,
Or is there any like a specific list that we have that we would put to this board or that board?
right. If you have the ability to make an appointment to any of the boards or commissions, like if you have any appointments that you can make, if it requires a Wyandotte County resident, obviously it would need to be a Wyandotte County resident, but all you would need to look at is if there is a specific requirement for a board that whoever you appoint has to be or has to have certain qualifications, which not many boards have them, then you could appoint somebody from their recommendations.
Perfect. All right, thank
We
you
have
so
a
much.
roster that identifies kind of unique statements, area or residency, if you will. So we can forward that roster to all of you, and you can get to know the artists.
That would be perfect. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, President Knapp. One of the things that I was a little bit confused about is if your organization has a distinct board that I could say, oh, I know an artist who's very active in District 1 and appoint them to your board, or, and from what I've just heard, it sounds as though you're encouraging us, when the opportunities arise, to put more artists on committees we already have. Now, quite often, when I'm looking for an appointment, I'm looking for someone who may have a background or some relationship to that particular board. So currently, correct me if I'm wrong, council, you would know, or my fellow commissioners, we don't have a board that is about art. I don't think we do we? Do we?
We have the mayor's task force that former Commissioner Markley was the chair of, but I'm not sure if that task force is still in operation or not.
Okay, just a task force. What would it take for us to have, Counselor, to create an actual committee, not a standing committee, but say we have all our other appointed committees? Well, okay. That answered that. That's what I was trying to clarify. And I do see from time to time your emails, so I forward that on to the individual in my area that is a paint, chalk, that kind of medium. But this would be more expansive if someone is a dancer, if someone is a musician, I guess. That would also, they would also be welcomed in your board. How often do you meet? Is there a regular meeting? And could you talk a little bit more about, what was that you said, the cohort?
So Creative Leaders is a program that has brought artists together from across the region to really fortify their understanding of policymaking, municipal action. And so we've oriented them to the public landscape, but they bring their special skill, their ability to really bring about community engagement, critical thinking, design thinking. They are naturally innovative. So I think what Creative Leaders is really kind of that hub where we're encouraging local governments to engage in cross-sector engagement, to bring artists to the table when you're talking about affordable housing or education. Because what an artist and an arts practitioner brings to the table is oftentimes more expansive thinking, a way to engage with the community and or look at a problem in a new and unique way. So what we're asking today is for all of you, as you look ahead in your comp plan or other councils and commissions, to think about making a seat at that table for an artist that is practicing and working either in Wyandotte County or somewhere in the metro area.
Okay, thank you.
That answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Now, we will also encourage you to put together an arts committee in some sort, because we love when communities build what we call arts infrastructure. So I encourage you to continue to consider that.
Well, that's why I was asking about it, because as things now stand, we don't have such a board for arts, so to say arts and crafts, that's going way back.
Arts and
But
culture.
arts, not just the painting medium, but music, ballet, whatever, dance. So, and if we created such a board, how could you support us? How could we engage with your organization?
Well, I can give you an example of Commissioner Markley. When she led the mayor's task force, I think it was the year before last, we helped her identify breakout groups, breakout committees. We broke it out, I think, in economic development. There was data analysis. I forget, there were 5 or 6. And myself and my colleague, Brandon Harrelson, helped Commissioner Markley support that activity through agenda building, convening, just sharing our expertise. Not to do the work, because that really needs to be done by commissioners and the community members, but we in an administrative and advisory role helped push that forward. And I'm not sure if you all are aware, but it resulted in part in the standing up of a 501c3 dedicated to supporting arts and culture in Wyandotte County. It's called Dot Arts. And Angela Markley helps to support that. She's created a board of which we support. So there was a really great outcome from that work, but we can always do more.
Well, is that board still active? I still have her number, so.
She is active.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Well, maybe I'll look for someone to appoint to her board.
Oh, that would be perfect.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner. I am getting some notification from our staff. Do you have someone online, or anybody want to add something?
Commissioner Monica Sparks, UG Clerk. I was just going to add that the former Arts Committee that we had is no longer active. It was disbanded. Out of our approximately 42 boards and commissions that are active, none of them deal with the arts.
Thank you. And I think the intention, because I have spoken with former Commissioner Markley about this, was to have some sort of autonomy for the board to kind of grow and do its own thing. Sometimes when you're subjected to the unified government, it doesn't always work out the best. And so what I would encourage my colleagues to do is, if you know of artists that are in Wyandotte County, to kind of refer them, and I've done that with Angela, to kind of refer them to work with Dot Arts, and she's put them on the board. But as a separate 501c3, they're able to do things that being attached to the UG is just harder to do. For example, applying for grants, right?
Mhm.
You have a whole process here, right? But being a separate 501c3 makes it much easier. Commissioner Bynum, yes.
Thank you, Chair. In the past, in fact, for many decades, we had Caw Valley Arts and Humanities,
Mhm.
which was our local arts council for Wyandotte County, and it was funded in part by a fraction of a county mill. And they stripped that funding away more than a decade ago. And that organization basically ceased to exist because of that reason. But in the past, they were, for example, one of the lead sponsors of the KCK Street Blues Festival for many, many years. And so, in fact, in the 80s or 90s, probably, they had a gallery in the lobby of City Hall. And then there was a little bit of controversy about a certain work of art that was displayed that apparently some people found offensive, so it had to be moved. So we have in Wyandotte County many, many decades of arts activity and even support for the arts. And it really is too bad that all has ceased to exist. But as far as the mill levy support, that went away. I think possibly, I won't say for sure, but it might have been even possibly pre-unification of the government. I'm not sure on that, but that was a good, strong organization that did quite a bit of good work here. So it's exciting to know that Commissioner Markley has brought forward Dot Arts, and then that you're bringing this to us, because it does really enrich and enhance our quality of life here. So again, I appreciate you, the work you've done, and then the time you've taken to be here with us tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Awesome.
And we're happy to help if you want to build more infrastructure within the unified government to work alongside Dot Arts and Ms. Markley's efforts in the public. We'd be happy to do so. Meanwhile, we're happy to forward our roster to all of you, so you can jump on the opportunity to bring artists to your wide array of committees and councils.
Awesome. Commissioner Hill, did you have anything to add or anything you wanted to ask? I see her microphone is turned on, so I wasn't sure, but okay, cool. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
just wanted to make sure I saw your microphone was on. All right.
Okay.
Thank you all so much, RTC. Really, really appreciate it. We look forward to that list and seeing you all around Wyandotte County doing good work, and we really appreciate you all presenting to us.
I want to commend Ashley Hand. She's been our ready partner for a number of years and helped initiate this. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude to her as well.
She's great. Awesome. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and transition to, was there? I'm sorry, Commissioner Townsend?
Right, maybe I missed it, but they certainly deserve to be identified in case I meant it. After being here with us, you probably think you work for unified government, haven't been here so long with the other meetings, but if you could introduce yourself, that would be great.
Names of the other folks, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So
Hi, Brandon Harrelson,
Director of Public Policy with Arts KC Regional Arts Council. This is Sarah Brewer, our marketing manager. And then Anna Fiorella, as she spoke earlier, she's our business development manager as well. And then we do have a few, at least one of our creative leadership program participants as well, owns space here in KCK.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Come well equipped. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you all so much. We're going to go ahead and transition to the land bank. And so give some time to switch seats and make sure our tech is ready to go. And then Mr. Knapp, if you can remind me one more time, once we get settled and everything on screen, which item was removed, just so we all are, on the same page and have our bearings, that would be great.
Commissioner, it was item C1, and that was removed so we could find a better lot for them. So I'm working with them to see if we could get a better location for them.
That one was on 1708 Quindaro Boulevard. Okay. Awesome. All right. Mr. Knapp.
All right, let's start items for the single-family homes. We have 9 of them. So A1 is at 714 Orville Avenue. The request is for 2 lots to build 1 home on. The plan is to live in this home. Item A2 is at 826 Ohio Avenue. They're requesting to build 1 home. Their plan is to sell it for $260,000. The applicant is a civil engineer that's worked with general contractors, and their general contractor that will build the home has 20+ years of experience. The applicant also said that if this home goes well, they plan to build more. A3 is 2 lots to build 1 home at 1309 Springhorn Road. And their plan is to live in the home. Their building experience is that they've built 2 homes and flipped dozen of them. A4 is at 4321 Lathrop Avenue. The original request was 1 lot, but since there's no sewer in this area, we luckily had a land bank lot next to it. So that would bring them up to the 1 acre septic system. And their plan is to live in this home also. A5 is at 2646 North 20th Street. They're requesting 1 lot to build 1 home. The plan is to live in this house. We did get a neighborhood comment for this one in opposition from the OCP neighborhood group. They would like to meet and discuss the project. There's a lot of projects in the area, and they want to make sure the project aligns with the development already proposed for the area. I do have to say, when I checked, I did not send notice to this neighborhood group or the developer about this. I made a mistake. I didn't notify them that there was a project. So I believe a representative for this application is here tonight. The next item is A6. This is at 731 H. Tenney Avenue. It's to build a single-family home, and their plan is to live in it. A7 is at 3812 Washington Avenue. This is to build 1 home, and the Land Bank Advisory Board did have a comment. They were in opposition because they reached out to schedule a meeting, but they have not received a call back. They asked for the application to be held over a month. I have to say this item was outside of a neighborhood group, and that's probably why the Land Bank Advisory Board reached out for a meeting with them. A8 is at 1940 North 11th Street. This one is 2 lots to build 2 homes. This item was held over last month for the possible creation of a neighborhood group that was found that the neighborhood group was no longer interested in being created. I do have some additional comments from last month. Give you a summary of those. The Land Bank Advisory Board did give support, conditional support on this. So they want to meet with Mount Carmel. They want to make sure that what they're building meets the Mount Carmel plan, because this is very close to Mount Carmel. Zoom out, Mount Carmel is just to the north of this lot. The applicant and the Land Bank Advisory Board member did have a meeting on Friday. After that meeting, the applicant went to Mount Carmel and left a message, and they're waiting to have that meeting. The other comments was the brownfields information. I have provided that information to the applicant and told them about the project. Right. So the next one is by the same applicant as A8. Ray Peoples, again, he wants to build, this is the correction, it's not 2 units, it's 4 units. So he basically wants to build 2 duplexes on 3 lots for a total of 4 units. We also have a Land Bank Advisory Board comment on this project. Summary of that is the Land Bank Advisory Board was requesting a meeting with the 2 existing property owners. The 2 existing property owners are, I guess they're across the street because there's a parking lot and vacant lots next to them. And these lots across the street are all, they are not primary residences. So they could be rentals across the street. This is a requirement that we've never done before with the land bank. There's also a request to meet with community policing. This is another new request that we've never done in the land bank either. And then approval from UG staff for 1 common storm shelter. I reached out to the applicant. He got back with me and says, no, each duplex has its own storm shelter. So there's 2 units to 1 storm shelter that's in the back. His plan was to build on a slab, and the requirement is you have to have a storm shelter, and then we're going to put it behind the building. But this is more of a design question, and that's like a building inspection will make sure whatever's built meets codes. There was a property management credentials also question, but we don't generally ask those questions on these smaller projects like this. But the applicant did answer. They have a member of their team that has 11+ years of experience in property management. Commissioner, that completes the items for the option agreements.
Thank you. Okay. So, because this is a little tangled up a little bit, so colleagues, work with me. There are some items that didn't necessarily have comments or anything, and then there are some items that do have comments that will require just more conversation. And so I just want you all to kind of confer with me that these are the applications that I'm not going to group together, and we'll have kind of more in-depth conversation. I have A5, A7, A8, and B1. Does everybody have those 4 as applications that need more conversation?
Could you repeat those again?
Yes, I can, Commissioner Townsend. A5, A7, A8, and B1. Just when I'm gathering from what has been presented, these will require more conversation. Okay, cool. Okay, just wanted to make sure that those particular applications don't get forgotten about. Okay. So what I'm going to do for was this A1 through A6, that is not on our list, is I'm going to go through each individual application for public comment just to make sure we have that taken care of. Afterwards, colleagues, if we want to keep those applications together in one vote, we can. If we want to separate them out, we can also do that as well. But just want to make sure we have an efficient system so we can get through the applications. So bear with me. A1, 714 Orville Avenue. Clerk, do we have any public comments for A1?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for the folks in the gallery, would anybody like to provide a public comment for A1? Awesome. Please come forward. Your name, city of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Darnell Bush, and I'm a KCK resident. My wife and I have been working with this committee for a very long period, I'd say a couple of years, maybe at least a year. And we were denied, and when I heard that A1 came up, that we were denied where we wanted to build our house that we wanted to live in. And it was taking up 2 lots. One was an extremely small lot and one was a bigger lot. And we were denied that lot. And I'm here to say that A1, I would request that either we be given our additional lot or it be denied. And only one I'm talking about is A1 because that set me off. I don't know about the other ones just yet, but A1, when they requested the 2 lots to build 1 house to live in, I was taken aback because that is exactly what we tried to do and we were denied. I don't know what else to say. I can answer any questions that are posed, but that I put forth what I would like to have happen, and I don't know what else to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to A1? Okay. Let the record show no one else has stepped forward for A1. For A2, that is 826 Ohio Avenue. Clerk, do we have any public comments submitted for A2?
No comments were received.
Are any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, for A2, would anyone in the gallery like to provide public comment for A2? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. Okay, for A3, 1309 Springhorn Road. Clerk, any letters sent in for A3?
No comments were received.
Okay, any hands raised for A3?
There are no hands raised.
Would anybody here in the gallery like to speak to A3? Yes, please come forward. Name, city of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Eric Murray, Kansas City, Kansas resident. I did not hear the land bank manager talk about why there's 2 lots on 1 home. But again, I think to Mr. Bush's point, just want to make sure that these are being reviewed equitably. And so is there a policy about how lots get combined? I heard on the next one that it was a sewer issue. So maybe there's extenuating circumstances, but just want to make sure that we're looking at all these critically for the members of the community who may not feel that they're getting the same shot from the land bank manager as others. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments for A3? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. A4, 4324 Lathrop Avenue. Clerk, do we have a comment for A4 submitted?
No comments were received.
Okay, any hands raised for A4?
No hands raised.
Okay, for the folks in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to A4? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. A5. For A5, do we have any comments submitted for A5?
No comments were received.
This is 2646 North 20th Street. Any hands raised online for A5?
There are 2 hands raised. Candy Leonard Cadwell and Camille Cadwell.
Okay, you all state your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes each.
Good evening, Candy Leonard Conwell, Kansas City, Kansas, President of Organization for Community Preservation. As Judd stated earlier, OCP was not notified by the applicant until 3 41 today. We haven't had sufficient enough time to meet with the applicant to see his potential plans for the area. As I stated in my comments on the land bank, there's a lot of development going on in that particular area. We would like to meet with the gentleman to see just what his plans are and if it's going to align with all the construction from the new developers within that area. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another public comment online.
Candy or Camille Cadwell, are you still there?
Yes, Camille Caldwell, Vice President of Organization for Community Preservation. Like my mom said, we haven't been notified. We've been running around doing so many other meetings. This one we would have been likely to take. We would like to speak with them. We've been in the master plan meetings for years, just trying to get the best for the neighborhood we live in, and I'm raising my children in. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments online?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. And for the gallery, would anybody like to speak to A5? Let the record show no one has approached. Okay, and then A6, this will be the last one before we have more discussion. Clerk, do we have any letters sent in for A6 or any comments for A6?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online for A6?
There are no hands raised.
And this is 731 Tenney Avenue. For the folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to A6? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion for applications A1 through A6. Okay, so committee, thank you for bearing with me as we kind of get through all of this. My records do show that 3 of the applicants, A1, A3, and A5, there's been some concern expressed, and I know we'll go ahead and address that. So for those 6 applications, A1 through A6, public comment portion has ended for those applications. Do we have any comments or questions from, yes, Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just going to go individually. I think it would be good if that's your intention to do these individually so we don't get. But with regard to Mr. Bush's comment about A1, I would like to know if, other than his belief that he was denied 2, is that the only reason that you spoke out against A1? Because what we do, and I'm glad to see people who for years hadn't come and see, but you know, there's a record of why we would have denied someone. So each one, as you see here tonight, we look at individually. So the mere fact that you may have been denied 2 lots for a house, we'd have to look at that past record. Other than that, do you have any other reason that you're objecting to A1?
Well, yes. I would like to, if you can find it in the records, because it's not just my belief. We went on and we're trying to get the EPA, and Judd knows about this and Alyssa knows about this. I've been emailing them back and forth, which is what I thought was the appropriate thing to do, to speak to the land bank manager. And I can show my emails, but we were denied the lot right next to it, which was a much smaller lot. Why you guys did that, my wife and I have been trying to find out since we started this process. We're not being told. I don't know why, but that's my reason, is that it's not fair. if we were denied, we came first. If we were denied the 2 lots to build our home on, and although I don't know if you guys are going to approve this or not, but somebody else came with the exact same, excuse me, the exact same predicament or situation, and we were denied ours. Now, if you say, well, Darnell, you may not have been denied yours, then fine. Why hasn't it been, and maybe Jill can answer this question, why hasn't it been sectioned off for us already? Because it's still available in the land bank. Maybe he can answer, or maybe the commissioners can answer. I don't know, but I know you were denied, so it's not just a belief. It's factual. And if you can go and look in your records, we were told that we had to get the other lot and then come back and get the other lot, get the smaller lot. That makes me believe that we were denied. And I don't think I'm talking over anybody's head in this out of room, that we have to get the other lot before we can come back and get the smaller lot. That would mean to me that we were denied, whereas A1 appears that you guys are going to say, okay, we'll give them this 2 lots to build their house on. I don't know, but that's just what I'm thinking. If I'm incorrect, fine.
Well, thank you for your input. And we look at each situation on its own merit. So what I would like to do after this meeting is to get with you and find out what the 2 lots were. We deny people 2 lots, 1 lot, but it's based on the particular set of circumstances for those locations.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking you, unless you had do you have a specific reason other than that? Because we do want to be fair. And
Sure.
your comments about A1 as we see it here today.
And Ms. Bynum knows about our situation also.
Okay, but other than that, do you have any other particular?
Oh, that it's just not fair okay.
We don't know it's not fair yet. It's different. But I would be happy to look with you at what the circumstances were that you're talking about in your situation. And find out, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before you leave, I do have a question. So when you say you were denied, I want to get clarity. Are you saying you tried to apply and there were reasons why staff said this is not going to come before this committee, or did we vote on that denial?
No, it was stated, and I don't remember who. I can look it up in my emails.
Okay.
But it was stated that we could not get more than 1 lot. So I have always said that I'm a developer. If I am building a house to live in, I'm a developer. When we've had a ton of developers, I'm the new president of Oak Grove, and we have our previous president right here. And I feel like I'm a developer. I have the funds. I'm going to pay people. We're going to build on that lot. I feel like I'm a developer.
I hear you. So I just want to get clarity though.
And I appreciate that.
Yes. So I just want to get clarity that there was conversations with staff that led to that denial or that redirection to other land bank applications. It was not a vote. Just want to concur on that.
The commissioners knew about it.
Okay, but we did not vote on it.
Well, no, you did.
Oh, we did vote on it.
Yes. And we were told at the commission meeting that you guys can only get this, and you have to wait until you've gotten that. The larger lot is what I'm calling it, the larger lot. You guys have to wait until you start building on that smaller lot, I mean, the larger lot, and then you'll come back and we will then think about giving you the smaller lot.
Okay.
And I've always said, well, if I'm a developer and we've got developers coming to us all the time, that's not fair.
Well, thank you so much.
No problem. And I apologize for no
Thank
problem.
you, thank you. This does provide some clarity to the situation. Commissioner Ramirez, you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we know the date of when that application was before us so that we could go and look at the minutes?
Judge can.
Mr. Bush, that question is for staff. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good.
You're good. Thank you, Mr. Bush, for your comments.
I could find out in 30 seconds. I just gotta.
Okay, if you could, that would be great so that, after this, we as the committee, we can go back through and look for those minutes and just read the transcript of what happened so that we can have more clarity on the issue at hand.
Colleagues, in the interest of time and the rest of our agenda, I will go ahead and make a motion that we table this to our next meeting on the 31st. That would give us some time to get clarity. And if we want to make a decision on that denial or approval or whatever, we can do that. But I do want to get through the rest of our agenda. So that is my motion to table A1 until our next meeting. Is there a second?
Bynum, second.
Okay, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you so much. Okay, A2, there was no objection. I don't have any notes or anything. And we can, well, I don't want to be confusing because then it'll go out of order. So for A2, any questions on A2? Okay, I'll go ahead and move to approve A2. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, for A3, there were some concerns regarding the need to combine the lots. Mr. Knapp, if you had any, or staff, if you all have any comments just regarding that particular situation, please provide them.
There's some history with this. When I first started the land bank, there was always a discussion of what is too small to build on a lot. And we got together as staff and said 20 feet is the minimum that we can build. Most of our lots in this area are, we have a lot of 25-foot lots. So we would always try to join them together. But staff's comment was, let's split them apart so we can build 2 homes instead of 1. That was the policy for a long time. Then we had the Bircham residential application that came through building 160 houses on 25-foot lots. And that was denied. And after that, administration told me to stop joining lots together. To stop making them build on 25-foot lots. If they request 2, push it through. So that definitely happened after the Bush's application came through, and their Bush's application came through on 7/25 of 24.
Gotcha. So there was kind of this administrative push to get a larger frontage. Is that correct?
Yes, they changed my rules.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. And so for this particular application, what would the frontage be if the 2 lots are combined?
It's 100 feet.
Okay, so that would definitely meet the desires of our community, because I do remember having those conversations. Okay, committee, any other questions regarding, again, we are talking A3, any questions? Okay, I don't see why not. I will go ahead and make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Ramirez, second that. Clerk, can we get the roll? This is for A3.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum, Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
For A4, I had no particular concerns, just regarding what's on the application or what the community has presented. Colleagues, does anybody else have any other comments? If not, is there a motion for A4?
Move to approve.
Bynum, second.
Awesome. Clerk, can we get the roll? This is for A4.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum, Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, this brings us to A5, and I know OCP has had some concerns regarding this. Were there any questions? Yes, Commissioner Townsend?
I have a question.
No questions? Okay, is there a motion regarding this?
Move to hold A5 over to the next meeting of this body to allow OCP to meet with the proposed homeowner, the person seeking the lot, Mr. Rashad.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum, Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, for A6, my records committee is there weren't necessarily anything objectionable that I could identify on my notes here. I'm looking around to see if there's any comments or questions regarding A6. There is not. Is there a motion for A6?
Townsend, move to approve.
Second.
Okay, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum, Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, that brings us back to our public comment portion for A7, A8, and C1 is removed. Mr. Knapp, did you also present on B1?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna go ahead and knock out the public comment portion for A7 through B1, and then committee will go ahead and keep going with the flow here. Okay, clerk, were there any comments submitted for A7?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online? And A7 is 3812 Washington Avenue. Any comments online or hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, for the folks that are here patiently waiting, would anybody like to speak to this application A7? Yes, please come forward. We just need your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes. Make sure that green light is on. Yep, and you can adjust the mic and take it down. Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Commissioners. I think this is the 1318 Washington Boulevard. Judge, you'll have to help me because I didn't bring my notes. There's the one that does not
Can
have.
you state your name and residency,
I'm
please?
sorry, Elnora Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. This is the one that does not have a neighborhood group, I believe. And if that's the case, then I have emailed the applicant and not yet received a reply. And so to comport with what we do, I would like to request that the committee hold this over to give us a additional time to meet with the applicant. Thank you.
Any other public comment for A7? Let the record show no one else has stepped forward. Ms. Jefferson, I do have a question for you, if you don't mind approaching the microphone, because I do think we probably need to wrap our head around this before we start making practices. So there's currently no neighborhood group active in that area, correct? Okay.
Correct.
So when you say we are going to meet, who's the we are you that you are referencing?
I'm representing Groundwork NRG, and so I take that upon myself to do that, as I've already done with the Mr. Peoples applications.
Gotcha. Okay. Will you all be also working with the residents and folks in that area when you have this meeting?
In fact, that is a great question. I'm meeting with Mina, Louisville Neighborhoods. She and I are meeting on Wednesday.
Okay.
To rough out how we're going to do that. There's several drafts and suggestions on the table, but now that she's executive director, we've actually formalized that meeting.
Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to make sure that, because ideally, we would kind of compel the area or the residents to form their own neighborhood group.
Right.
So that we wouldn't necessarily have this particular issue. But
Correct.
kudos to you all as the NBR for taking that on and doing what we need you all to do. Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Jefferson.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Public comment period is closed. No one else had raised their hand. Okay, colleagues, we're going to keep going all the way to B1 and keep going with the plan. Okay, for A8, that is 1940 North 11th Street. Clerk, was there a letter or any communication sent in ahead of time for this application?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, for the folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to A8?
And colleagues, I will get to you after the public comment portion has ended. Again, we just need your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. My comments, Mr. Knapp read, but I'll just iterate for the record that the concern that Groundwork Energy submitted is because this is embedded in a redevelopment project that is Mount Carmel, that we thought, and Mr. Peoples was consented to that, it would be good if he were able to speak with Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation to make sure that what he's wanting to do comports with the investment that corporation, Cholo, in fact, has already made in that area. And then secondly, there is or was an issue of contamination. I think that has been abated and was abated some time ago, but I can't really remember exactly what that was. And I wanted the applicant to be aware of what that was in case what he's planning to build is in some type of proximity to that. So that's what I was trying to convey in my comments.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jefferson. All right, Smart.
Pam Smart, Mount Carmel. That property is within our 4-block square targeted area, and there are some contaminated issues that we are working through right now. I'd like to ask that we hold this until I get an opportunity to talk to the applicant.
Thank you so much. Okay. Would anybody else like to speak to A8? Okay. Let the record show no one else has approached B1. B1. Clerk, did we receive any comments for B1? This is 1314 Freeman Avenue.
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. For folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to B1 1314 Freeman Avenue? Let the record show. Oh, okay. Yes. You have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, thank you very much. Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. Again, I put comments into Mr. Knapp, so he has those, and they were read. The only consideration that I had with Mr. Peoples is the fact that he's basically a brand-new construction on that, in that neighborhood area because of demolition or whatever happened to every other structure other than the 2 that remain. And then there is, across from 13th Street, there is no neighborhood association, no longer a neighborhood association. That was London Heights. And we have received a word that there are gunshots and some kinds of uncivil behavior there. So that was the reason that I suggested to him to talk with the people who are across the street. And then also added in my comment to Mr. Knapp that perhaps it would be a good idea to check with community policing to see what type of official records they're there to, just to make sure that when he goes to that investment of these 4 units, that everything is, safe and that type of thing.
Thank you so much. Okay. Would anybody else like to provide public comment for B1 1314 Freeman? Let the record show no one else has approached. I'll go ahead and close public comment. Okay, so colleagues, thank you for going on this journey. So we have not voted on A7, A8, or B1. I left kind of the property transfers there for us to finish off at. So we'll start with A7. There's no active neighborhood group, but I know with Groundworks and the Land Bank Advisory Board is still wanting to meet. And so colleagues, any comments, questions on A7? Is there yes, Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering what was going on because we kept going and we haven't taken an action. Okay, that was deliberate. Just wanted to remind us that in the latest land bank version, people, if there's no neighborhood group, we just have to be careful not to start a policy or procedure that's not in the land bank book. So I guess that's all I want to say. I guess I don't particularly mind. This is what, in District 8? or what is this? Or is this 4?
I think it's District 4.
You know, of Commissioner Hillis on to see if she has, you know, what her preference is, because we just have to be careful not to start writing in policy that's not in the policy. And I appreciate people who may be potential neighbors, and then if you start doing it once for one, you have to do it for all. You know, we're dealing now with making sure that we are as consistent as possible, based though on the uniqueness of the particular lot. So I'm feeling you. So maybe the in-district commissioner might have some thought.
Sure. Commissioner Hill, if you have any insight, and not to put you on the spot, but that's Commissioner Townsend, so y'all can take that up.
Oh, wow.
But, Commissioner Hill, if you have any insight on 3812 Washington, we would love to hear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you also Commissioner Townsend. I actually do not have a problem with holding these back a month, just so that there could be a little more clarity with nearby neighborhoods on what's going to be built. Certainly appreciate the work that Ms. Jefferson brings to the table and wants to get livable neighborhoods involved. I personally don't mind holding it back, holding these 2 back, 7 and 8 back a month. That's my feedback right now.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Any other conversations, colleagues? Okay. So for A7 and A8, looks like there's more time that is needed. Does everybody feel the same way for B1? Because we can just group all of these in one motion and hold them over instead of doing them one at a time. So I'm just trying to be efficient here. But yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is B1 also a request to hold over or not?
There wasn't a request per se. I'm checking through my notes here.
I think I wrote meeting was requested. I just want to be clear. I don't remember
Yeah,
who
but
made that request, and that's the other thing. We need to make sure the record reflects when we're holding these over,
yes,
that there is a specific reason and who the
agreed.
persons are involved.
So notes from the Land Bank Advisory Board, it says conditional opposition pending the applicants meet with 2 existing property owners and meeting with community policing for the area and approval by UG staff. None of that is, I'm just trying to think policy-wise, none of that really triggers a kind of us to take a pause here. We can, but that's not necessarily asking for a neighborhood meeting. And so, okay, well, I'll go ahead and be decisive. So I'll make a motion to hold over A7 and A8 because I think we are all in agreement that those 2 need to be held over. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, B1. Any comments regarding B1? I do think these meetings should happen. I don't know if stopping them at this point is the right step. Oh, I do have a question though for staff. In the policy, we did want to make sure and did include that KCKPD or representative is serving on the staff advisory board. Is anybody from KCKPD showing up to these meetings regarding the land bank?
Not yet. I haven't, I'm working on implementing that new policy now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so if we can just make sure we have that, I know we're still earlier on in the year and still getting into the new habit of things, but that can hopefully change some things up. Yes, well, Commissioner Townsend, then Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you might have answered. We're still on what, B1?
B1, yep.
Okay, and the comment was there a request for a hold for a meeting? Or not?
Within the comments, there are requests for meetings to happen. None of those meetings were neighborhood centric or neighborhood focused.
Okay,
So there was some advice given from the Land Bank Advisory Board
okay,
on who the applicant should meet with, but it was not a neighborhood saying, we have not had the opportunity to meet with the applicant.
okay. And do these interfere with some other build? I think that was the case in 8. We've already voted that.
Yep, we voted to hold that over.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hill, District 4. I have a question for staff. There was comments about storm shelter behind the building. Does that mean they have to come out of the house and go somewhere else behind the building for shelter, for storm shelter, or is it, I just need clarity on what that means. Storm shelter behind the building. I think that's what I wrote down.
Yes, Commissioner. They are planning to build on a slab, and without a basement, you're required to have a storm shelter. You could either do that inside, like a pantry area that's surrounded by the proper walls to withstand a tornado, or you have a storm shelter outside. So that
Okay,
is like
and
our building codes. And
so the storm shelter is separate from the house. It's detached from the house.
I don't know 100% if that's what they're doing here, but I have seen those detached storm shelters before.
Okay, I'm a little confused on that whole issue with the detached storm shelter. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I am. Um, so, thank you. I would like to know more about that and see what that plan even looks like. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you. To Commissioner Hill's questions, I think what I was understanding was there were questions about within these applications about where the storm shelter would be because it's intended that these would be built on slab. And the answer Mr. Knapp is giving is that per our code, it can either be a safe room inside the home or an exterior somewhere outside the home storm shelter. We don't know which one of those it will be yet because no drawings have been submitted. None of that part has been done, but the question came up as the Land Bank Advisory Board was reviewing these applications. If they're going to be on slab, where is the storm shelter going to be? I might be misunderstanding, but that's what I think you said. And that's the explanation that was given as far as it's going to be one or the other because it's required in our building code. Commissioner Hill, is that helpful at all?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Commissioner Bynum. I appreciate that explanation.
Okay.
So there's no plan yet, no building plan yet on whether it's going to be inside the home or on the outside. We're still waiting on that piece.
I mean, it's, not to get in front of staff, but the way these options work, we grant an option and then they start working with staff. to
Okay,
do the rest of everything else they have to do in order to build something, like get permits and submit plans and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I've got Commissioner Hill's staff in the room nodding their head. So, yeah, we're just not that far down the road yet. Right now, we're deciding whether to offer to grant a land bank option for duplexes on these lots.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We talked quite extensively about that as we were kind of going through the policy of kind of where does the land bank fit, right? Because a lot of this does have to get reviewed by building inspections, and by planning and zoning, and quite a few other folks. And so we are kind of the entryway, right? We're kind of the door. Okay. Regarding that, is there a motion for B1? Davis, second. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we have these last two land bank transfers. C1, that applicant removed their application, just for the record again. Mr. Knapp, if you can get these property transfers going.
Okay, these property transfers are from the land bank into the UG, and they're for the purposes of stormwater projects. So there's a total of 3 lots. There's 1825 Armstrong, and there's a lot right next to it. And then PT2 has 1 lot at 1801 Ann Avenue. Currently, this picture is not accurate of what's there because there's a bunch of machinery and dirt moving currently on that lot.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna do public comment, and then we'll go ahead and hopefully we will take action on this. Clerk, was there any public comments for P2? I mean, for P1?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to PT1? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion for PT1. For PT2, clerk, did anybody send a letter for PT2?
No comments were received.
It's for 801 Ann Avenue. Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, for the folks in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to PT2? Let the record show no one has approached. Go ahead and close public comment for both portions and make a motion that we approve PT1 and PT2. Is there a second?
Townsend, second.
There's a question. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you. The request is a property transfer from the unified government, from the land bank to the unified government.
That is correct.
For purposes of stormwater required, federally mandated stormwater projects.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, a motion and a second was made. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez, Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Okay. Now we have, we're on item 4, which is the resolution regarding the land bank code for Peregrine Falcon. I know for some of you colleagues, we've had some conversation on what the next step is. I will hand it over to staff just to give a very, very brief synopsis so that we can all get caught up to speed. Then we're going to do public comment, and then we will decide what to do with these items. Council, please.
Yes, thank you. Wendy Green with Legal Department. What you have before you on, as far as action items, there are 2 resolutions. There's option A, which if you just jump down to section 1 under the now therefore, it would be a hold placed on Peregrine Falcon first plat, which has a map associated with it under Exhibit A. So that would be the land bank placing a hold, the Land Bank Board of Trustees, placing a hold on any land bank lot that was located within the Peregrine Falcon First plat. That is also the only area in the Peregrine Falcon area subject to the HOA declarations. Option B would be, again, if you jump down to section 1 under the now therefore, would be placing a hold on all land bank lots in the Peregrine Falcon redevelopment district as it was defined under the TIF district, which is getting ready to expire, but it would have the same boundaries. So you've got Quindaro Boulevard on the south, 7th Street Trafficway on the west, Boswell Street on the north, 5th Street on the east. And here it's just a period for 1 year. If you didn't want to go that long, you could change that if you wanted to go longer. You could change that by motion when you adopt whichever, if you want to adopt option B, you could change the length of time in your motion. So the only thing I would suggest is if you do pick option B, there are more land bank lots, obviously, in that entire district, but there are also a lot of parcels in that area that are owned by private individuals. There's commercial businesses owned by private individuals. There's residences owned by private individuals. When this was originally contemplated, if you read the original development agreement, you would see that there was discussion in there about condemnation. So I think under that original agreement, it might have been contemplated that maybe some of that would have been, the unified government or the city might have used its powers of condemnation to take some of that land over for development of additional housing. Obviously, I don't believe you guys are contemplating that for the land bank. It would just be the land bank lots only. So that might be something you think about when you discuss or determine which option you're taking. But again, I wasn't sure how expansive you all wanted to be and what you were viewing as Peregrine Falcon when you were discussing the hold previously. So that's why I gave you both options.
Thank you so much. Okay. We're going to do public comment for this item for the Peregrine Falcon holds. Clerk, did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, for the folks that have been waiting here, yes, yep, just need your
Yes.
name, city of residence, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, W.D. Young. I think there's two individuals that are online, Mr. Barnes and Ms. Barnes. They should be online somewhere because they told me they were, and they wanted to speak in behalf.
We'll make sure and go back and check on that, but I do want you to.
Okay, I am here about Peregrine Falcon. I would like the plan where it's with the year, not the one you're trying to do now. So it'd be Plan B, am I correct? That sound like it's Plan B. I think that we should. Now, for us telling that you could not buy another lot, that was told to me when with Peregrine Falcon. The city has been telling you only can have one lot. You cannot get two lots at that time. So now that you're giving the lots to the builders, it's unfair because I paid for my lot. They should be paying for theirs too, or I should be getting some money back. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other folks that want to submit public comment for this item?
Eleanor Jefferson of Kansas City, Kansas. And I may have misheard of the Attorney Green. In the option B, I don't know of any businesses in that Peregrine Falcon redevelopment district. As the TIF and the redevelopment district moved in east of 5th Street, but the businesses, I think, are exempt from that. The churches are. So anyway, that's, like I said, I may have misheard. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments for this item?
There is now a hand raised online.
Oh, there are? Okay, cool.
Let the online go first. I'll go last. Go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Yes, can we get the folks online?
Nathaniel Barnes, You have 3 minutes.
Yes.
Please state your name and city residency for the record, please.
Nathaniel Barnes, Kansas City, Kansas. I am calling in reference to support for Plan B, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm to the point of almost giving up on this issue because, again, I state, as I said before, developers need consistency, and here we are non-consistent on anything. We're talking about it's about to expire. The TIF is about to expire. The plan has been offered. It says 1 year. And I think there's the state law in place that, you can't use certain rules and regulations to take somebody's property without paying them double for it. I'm just totally confused about what we're trying to do here. And right now is taking Peregrine all this time just to get one plat. I don't know what the fear is with people saying, giving us 1 year to do anything on there. And I mean, if the people wanted those properties in the other parts of Peregrine, I think they would have applied for it right now. So now that the initial process is in place, the original plat is in place, hopefully that interest will come forward. But if you don't have control over the area on what the possibilities for building in the very near future, we right back to square one. People are afraid of what's going to happen. They don't know what's going to happen, and things are going to stay the same. And that's not a good enough guarantee for anybody to develop a property. So you have to have a plan. And the plan was, when the people bought into it, the plan from the beginning was that we were going to redo this whole area, but you need a plan to start with. So if you don't go with Plan B and extend the years or whatever.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. There's no plan in place, and people are not going to invest money where there's no plan. And so you're kind of cutting yourself off by not doing so. So I would urge you to, I'm in support of Plan B. But I'm totally against the 1 year ban on it. And 1 year, that's not developers. Developers comprehend that as you're not committed to the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other hands raised online?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, we'll go back to the gallery. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Davis. Eric Murray, KCK resident. Look, I want you guys to know that what I'm about to say to you comes from a personal place. And I don't say it lightly. I don't stand up here lightly. I work with all of you in a professional and another place and time, and I want to separate that from this. But Commissioner Davis, when I first brought this to him, said something poignant. Eric, you got a lot to do. Why are you so focused on this? Why are you so focused on this? The answer is injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And I fundamentally believe that the land bank, the administration of the land bank, the management of the land bank, the policies of the land bank are unjust to this community, straight up, okay? I don't have 3 minutes is not enough time to litigate why. I'm gonna try to take the next 2.5 and cover a few things for you guys to think about as you do it. So I do appreciate Commissioner Davis saying we need to get input from all of the neighbors and all the community groups. We just watched a meeting before this where a developer had spent tons of time going round and round with staff and still came before you and you said, I want to know, you as commissioners want to know that the community supports this. In each of the projects that have come before you, Oak Grove, OCP, Strugglers Hill, Peregrine Falcon have said to you, stop, wait, help. And yet we continue to just approve projects or rely on land bank staff to manage. And again, I understand as commissioners, you do have to rely on staff and you can't get into the details. But I want to tell you why the details matter. When I raised issue A3 earlier, and you already approved it, so too late, but the land bank manager said to you, well, we had to be thoughtful of the frontage. What he didn't say to you was that that's a 60-foot frontage lot. So you don't need to make it 100 feet to make it buildable. And the house that you just approved is 864 square feet on 13,000 feet of land. Why did we have to give them 2 lots to build an 864-foot house? But I don't think you got transparency. So as commissioners, you rely on staff to do that analysis and not say to you, well, it was a small lot. 864-foot house fits just fine.
1 minute remaining.
30-foot lot. That's just one example. You heard from Mr. Bush how the policy is not applied equitably. Carter's Dairy on 10th and Quindaro wanted to open a grocery store, reached out to the land bank manager and was told, you can't have the lot right next to you because of this, that, or the other. I could go on, but a process that does not involve neighborhood input, shame on us. The only communities we would do that to are the Black communities that are historically occupants of this area. If you overlay, and I sent it to Commissioner Davis, if you overlay a demographic map on top of a land bank map, you are taking properties from largely one community that didn't pay taxes and fees, and yet you're giving them away under one person's administration to people who are also going to have 95% tax abatement, not pay any fees, and then jack up the taxes on the neighbors that are there. You talk about if I were going to run a gentrification.
Murray.
Your time is up.
Mary,
I'll finish.
Mr. Murray.
If we're going to run a gentrification.
Mary,
scheme,
Mr. Murray.
that would be
Mr. Murray.
it. So that's all I
Murray,
have. Thank
Mr.
you.
Murray, Mr. Murray. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Public comment has ended. Thank you so much. I appreciate the performance. Any other folks in the gallery? Let's go ahead and close the gallery. Okay. So I think we're getting away from kind of the purpose and what we are talking about, which is the hold on Peregrine Falcon. There are a lot of things that I think, unfortunately, it's sad to see aspiring developers that do not have financing or land entitlements in place for one particular project come in and cast aspersions on others. And so I hope that the effort that you put in here, you put into Indian Springs, because people are still asking about that. And currently, we don't have anything from you. And I didn't want to necessarily go there and call you out, but you keep making yourself available and casting all these aspersions and these attacks. And so all things being equal, please speed up on the RFP. With that being said, on the Peregrine Falcon hold, there are two options that we have, option A and option B. Public comment period has closed. Colleagues, do we have any comments or anything regarding the two options that are currently on the agenda? Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for everyone who called in. I think we've gotten way away from why we are here. From a couple of months ago, there were several applications for developments in the Peregrine Falcon, what I would call the Peregrine Falcon First Plat area. That's all we were talking about. And concerns were voiced that some of the builders were not trying to build in concert with the HOA criteria. And so to give some time to develop a method so that those houses there are followed by houses who look similar to them, and that the new houses that would be built would be in concert with the HOA. We put this on hold. The only area that is relevant to the past 2 months' worth of discussions is the Peregrine Falcon First Plat A. I think some of you who live in Peregrine Falcon, I know, have been contacted by my office, and there's a meeting scheduled next week to talk about doing a request for proposal. And input will be received from those people who are residents of HOA. And it seems like we're talking to our economic development director, can have builds done that would be consistent with your HOA, that look like the houses already that are there, and not put you into a more egregious tax situation. So that's what we were talking about. Now it's been 2 months. I would highly recommend, and my motion is to move forward with the Plat A, Peregrine Falcon Plat A. That is the area in which homes are currently built. To move forward with a request for a proposal to get one or more developers who are going to be consistent with building out the rest of that HOA. It's been over 20 years since the Peregrine Falcon plats in all their design originally were offered. And it is time for those who have been there and held it down to see other development. And we will have to pay the TIF pretty soon. So the land is there. We can develop it with the input of those who are already there. So I look forward to seeing you. Make sure you got the invitation to the meeting next week. But my recommendation, my motion is that we move forward with the Peregrine Falcon option A.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner, for that motion. Was there any other? Okay, I'll go ahead and second that motion so that we can get some things forward. Any other discussion, colleagues? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
I realize that we've had several of our community members state preference for option B. But if option A is a way to get started and get going and address the main reason for asking for these holds in the first place, then I can support that. Just a question for clarity, because some questions have and comments have come up from folks at the microphone tonight. The land bank parcels that we option are paid for, correct? We have a formula in place that prescribes a price. It's not, we don't give the parcels away. I would like clarification.
We do sell them for $1 though, so we don't technically give them away. But it's
So
an
what's the
incentive to
difference? I
build.
apologize.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish.
I mean, the $1 lot was an incentive to build. We designed a program with the land bank that actually, like, we got a home built in Peregrine Falcon for the first time in, what, 19 years?
And I'm not maybe necessarily speaking specifically of Peregrine Falcon. I'm just in general asking because I thought as we made our way through our land bank policy update, we were presented with a formula that is used to identify the sale price of the property.
Those are the sale prices of yard extensions.
Okay,
Sure.
thank
So
you.
it's not all the land bank, it's specifically for yard extensions.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, because I told Commissioner Bynum, I was like, they do, and then Judge's like, it's for $1. I was like, that's not what I was thinking. Okay, so if you're wanting to develop because of the high costs, we're making it easier. But if you're just wanting to acquire land as a yard extension, then there is a formula for that. And I forgot do you remember what the formula is?
It's 10 cents a square foot.
Yeah, so it's still very affordable, but yeah. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more thing I wanted to make sure, because of the Peregrine Falcon first plat that we talked about early, it is worth it to make sure on the record that people realize money was spent years ago for infrastructure there. So that is in place, and it will expedite the ability of whatever developers are selected to move forward. That's the thing. Keep this moving. As I said, this came to us several months ago, and the infrastructure is there. So that is another plus for looking at option A.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Thanks. Two questions for legal. So when we talk about the TIF expiring, is there a mechanism for renewal? If we were to find a way toward redevelopment of these lots in the first plat, is there a way for that TIF to have new life? I don't know.
TIFs are not my expertise, so I would have to get it back to you on that. If I remember listening to conversations about other economic developments, I don't think a TIF can be revived once it expires. But I can definitely look into that and find out for you.
Second question is, we've talked about for a period of 1 year. If we, within the meetings of the stakeholders, develop the plan to everyone's satisfaction that we can move forward and we've got a good set of HOA rules in place and folks coming in to the neighborhood completely understand these are the development standards that we're asking for in this area. If all of that were to transpire in a 4-month time, could this body have the ability to revise this?
Absolutely.
Wouldn't need a hold at that point. We'd be ready to go. A year is a long time.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Or if after the end of the year, the developer hasn't come forward that's willing to do it yet, or there just hasn't been anybody that's been found that can do it, you can always extend that year as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and public comment is a closed, sir, so
Why is that, may
you
I
won't be
ask?
hearing that.
Why is that, may I ask?
Order, please. We have an extended,
I mean, but y'all brought it up.
we have an
Want to
extended
go with A, we want to know why.
period of time for public comments to be offered. So I do want to speak to the time period because it is a smaller area that we are discussing. And so there could be a world where the smaller area is done. And then if we want to look at other areas or look at other mechanisms for development or attracting other developers, we can go ahead and do that. I know I seconded, but I do not believe it should take a year to get this done. So Commissioner Townsend, I see you with your hand up. If you would amend your motion, I'm fine with up to 6 months, which kind of gives us a little bit more flexibility, but a whole year would just be, yeah, pretty long. Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Well, thank you, Townsend. I think the year is just so that we don't have to come back and redo. I'm hopeful that we have these meetings, we will find developers, because we had a room full of them a couple of months ago. But now we're going to put it in a process where they all know they have what rules and requirements they're going to have to play by. I'm believing that there's going to be dirt turned way before a year, but we won't have to come back administratively and deal with this. That's the only reason. I would just leave the 1 year in there and move on, because I'm thinking that there's going to be development within that year, and we just don't have to come back.
Let me get some clarification. Did you have anything else to add, Commissioner Townsend? So I want to get some clarification for legal, because the way that I read this is the hold is for a year. And if the hold is to be rescinded or amended, then it would require a vote, which would mean, in my reading of the hold, no one would really be able to go forward and apply for land bank applications and put in options if you have an area that is put on hold by the unified government. And so council, can you provide just some clarity? If there is a current hold, can development still happen within that hold, or do we need to look at adjusting this language?
Correct. So if you put the hold on the land bank lots that would be currently available for option agreements, then correct, no development would take place on those. Nobody would be able to apply for those lots right now. But if you put the RFP out there, if the UG is able to come up with an RFP, put an RFP out there to select a developer, at that point, the commission could determine, or you could ask the land bank to bring it back to standing committee, a resolution to eliminate the hold. I mean, what you giveth, you can taketh away.
Gotcha, gotcha. So it would require us to come back and ratify it in order for, if we wanted to extend the hold or if you wanted to close the hold. So I do have some ideas on what language we can put, so then it's maybe up to a year or year maximum. And if a developer is identified before then, they can build. So I do think we should think about that ahead of time. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the reasons for the hold too was to give notice to the world, other than the process that we have, that the unified government is not taking applications right now on this. That's really what that's how I saw that again. So we move forward with this, do an RFP, get builders to come in, and I believe we will see completed homes within a year. And then as council has said, we can come back and do what we need to do to address the 1 year if necessary, so.
That is, yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Thanks. Just one more question for clarity. The last whereas on both, but specifically option A, says, whereas the residents of the properties within the district have conveyed their desire to the unified government that the district be developed uniformly while adhering to the Declaration of Residential Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions for Peregrine Falcon Phase 1, which was recorded in 2006, then the hold states, 1, a hold shall be placed on all properties held by the Wyandotte County Land Bank within the boundaries of the Peregrine Falcon First Plat. My question for clarity is, when we say Peregrine Falcon Phase 1,
It's the same thing as Peregrine Falcon First Plat.
thank you, that's what I wanted to know.
Okay. Any other comments for this item? Commissioner Hill, do you have anything?
No, not at this time. Couple of questions I had, someone else already asked them, and so that helped with clarifying it for myself. Thank you.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Okay, so the motion and the second is for a 1-year hold. And in order for that hold to be lifted, that means it would have to come, I mean, are we sure we want to do this where it would have to come back, or do we want to put it for a hold with the exception of a developer is identified throughout through the RFP? Because that means the process just goes, we don't have to discuss this just smooth sailing. Yeah, Commissioner Townsend.
I would just like to see it pass as it is. We deal with whatever we need to. The key is to develop. That's what we were dealing with for the last 2 months, but a hodgepodge of developers. This will allow us to go through a process and get development for those homeowners who deserve it. They're stuck it out. So.
This is Wendy Green with Legal Again. And there isn't a reason why if the route chosen is the RFP route and developers apply and a developer is chosen, that it couldn't just be one action that is brought back, that the action item is, a developer is chosen, release the hold and choose the developer, right? And give them the option on the lots, correct?
Okay, I was just trying to be as smooth as possible. Okay, cool. All right. There's no other questions. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez, Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Okay. We are moving towards the resolution for the land bank hold for USD 500. Our staff have some remarks.
This is Wendy Green with Legal. This also is really, there's just the one resolution. We were just asked if we could put these lots on hold for potential development by USD 500. And these are lots that are right there by Sumner Academy. Go Sabres, sorry. And the description there is in section 1 under the there, now therefore.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll do public comment. Clerk, were there any letters for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There is one hand raised. Doug Clements.
Awesome. Please say your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Doug Clements. I am the Director of Physical Properties for the school district. Yeah, we're asking for a hold on these properties so we can work on preparing, plans for future improvements to be determined at Sumner Academy, around Sumner Academy. Some of those improvements might include, might not be limited to, parking improvements to the traffic patterns and other structures, but we need to work on assembling those properties. So we thought this would be the best path forward, at least for these properties, to ask for a hold on those.
Thank you so much. Any other hands raised online?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, for the folks in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close public comment. Mr. Clemens, since you're available, I do have a quick question, colleagues, if you'll indulge me. So do you all have a timeline on just, at the very least, when you all would have at least the plans in place for these improvements?
I wish I could say we did at this time. I can't say that I know that for a fact. The first part is getting the things put together so we know what we have to work with. And by the way, I assume you all can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So no, I don't have really plans that I can say I know exactly what we're doing. But again, we don't know really what there is to work with, what we can work on.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And for the properties that are identified here, I'm assuming some of these are a mix of commercial and residential. Is that correct?
They're all vacant.
Okay, does anybody know the zoning staff?
Oh,
they look residential.
I believe it's all residential. They're all in residential neighborhoods.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Clemens.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
I have a couple of questions. Number one, has the Douglas Sumner been spoken to at all about the desire? It looks to me like ultimately, Mr. Clements, the school district seeks to own the entire city, several city blocks, from Oakland to New Jersey, with Freeman as a dead end up into the school. So A, has Douglas Sumner been spoken to? And B, these lots, these parcels that are around the parcels in blue, does the district already own them? Is that why they don't need them, or they're privately owned, or what's the situation? So they're going to seek to be acquiring those?
Yes,
as well, I
correct.
guess. Okay.
Yes. That, and then as far as the Sumner Douglas, no, we've not spoken to them yet. Only there's been a few folks that have actually encouraged us to work on this so we don't get painted into a corner. And I'm hesitant to say I know those people are with the organization you're talking about. I believe they are, but I can't say that for a fact.
Okay. I would just encourage that conversation if it hasn't taken place. Ms. Jefferson, I hate to put you on the spot, but do you know if Douglas Sumner has been communicated with around this? I understand why the district wants the property, and I tend to support that. because they're so landlocked there, but do you happen to know what Douglas Sumner's conversations have been?
It's Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. I don't know all of the details, but I do know that Douglas Sumner is aware and has made inquiries as to the intent of the school there to acquire those lots. It's always been a part of the conversation
I
there.
would certainly, Mr. Clements, encourage the conversation, start and continue. But we're looking at a hold. We're not doing anything at the time other than holding, correct, Chair?
Yes, this is for a hold. Other
No, I would be willing to make a motion to approve.
on that motion, any other questions regarding this? So I will say I have two concerns with this. So number one, I would like a time period. And the only reason why I say that is because, we have election cycles and folks come in, they come out, that we get switched around in committees. Having a timeline on the hold, it really, really holds every applicant accountable, and it ensures that for the interest of the public, everybody can come back and see where things are going. If we put a hold indefinitely, then it's kind of this act of taking the land back, which can just get a little dicey. The other concern is that they've not meeting with Douglas Sumner, who is going to be presenting to us next month at the end of the month on their plan. And their plan hasn't been voted on per se. However, I don't know if we'd be doing ourselves any favors here by going ahead and ignoring that. Yes, Council, you had something.
Yes, the hold would be subject to the new land bank policy, which does require whoever requests the hold to come back every year and provide an update. So they would have to provide an update each year. So at that time, if the board was not happy with what was going on, they could always do a new resolution to end the hold, if that's what they chose at that time. It also does require whoever is requesting the hold to maintain the lots, which was also new with the last policy.
That is true. That is true. Thank you for reminding me of that. I was like, that's why I fought so hard for it. Okay. Commissioner Hill, do you have something? No, this is in District 4 as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a question for Mr. Clemens. And that question is, when do you think that there will be some kind of plan that we can look at?
Well, like I say, we're currently working on, as Commissioner Bynum said, acquiring other portions that are in that area. And I would just, while I'm talking, say that, yeah, I don't think that we would ask for an indefinite hold. And obviously, staff has clarified that'd be a 1 year. So once we get a better idea of what portions of the property we may be able to actually acquire, that's going to really kind of drive how deeply we get into whether we're looking at, additions to the building, the existing Sumner, or other facilities, what we can actually do. I think very definitely, like I said, we're kind of landlocked really almost everywhere, but particularly there at Sumner. So we just want to try to protect our ability to expand and improve our educational facilities as we see fit. That's not, I'm dancing around your question, Commissioner Hill, and I don't really mean to. I don't know the answer of when we can have some sort of plans.
Okay, because I was just getting ready to say we are dancing.
I understand, yeah.
But I was just wondering, do you think maybe in 6 months you might have a plan or be real close to a plan? Just
I would
in
hope.
your
Yes, I would hope that I could see it going a little bit longer. I think we stretch out there to the year, then I don't know that we'd come back. But I would hope that certainly within 6 months, we're gonna have a much better idea of what we can actually acquire, and therefore be able to present.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I know that there was a motion, Commissioner, and I don't know if there was a second necessarily on that. Do you still want to keep your motion, or do you want to amend it?
I'd like to amend it, for clarity, Chair. The Douglas Sumner Neighborhood Group is making a presentation to this standing committee next month, or at the next meeting,
That
which is March 31.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is that my understanding, Mr. Knapp, for Douglas Sumner?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And so that presentation will be to share with us their plan. It sounds
Yes.
like, okay. I think I'd like to rescind my motion, and maybe ask for a hold on this until at least after we hear from the neighborhood group.
All right. And Mr. Clements, what I would suggest is you go back to the district and that you all meet with the Douglas Sumner Neighborhood Group. If you have questions, please contact our staff. It just makes our jobs much easier if we see that area support for the hold there. But this is not a no, this is just a.
Nope, totally understand. I think that's a good point. And
Awesome, awesome.
We'll,
Okay, so if-
we'll take those steps. And maybe
Great.
I'll come to that meeting next month, so.
Okay, awesome,
Right.
awesome. So yes, and
Thank
if you all need any assistance reaching out to them, we do have livable neighborhoods, and I know Mr. Knapp has their, we all have their information, and so they won't be difficult to find.
This is Wendy with legal. I just want to clarify, that was your motion to just hold it over to the next standing committee meeting? Because by our ordinances, you can only hold it over for 1 month.
And I would hold it, motion to hold it for one cycle
Yeah, to the
to the next meeting. Thanks.
Okay. And there's a second by Commissioner Ramirez, so we're holding this over, we're holding the hold for Douglas Sumner. Okay, clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum, Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We look forward to working with you all in the area. Okay, our last item and our guests that have been very patiently waiting is for the land bank hold update for Mount Carmel. And I do want to commend our staff for implementing the new kind of demands and tenets of the land bank policy. It's not easy to kind of switch over from years and years of habit. And so my hope is for any hold we have, and it's not even for me as chair, for future chairs, that every standing committee have access and that no one would be indefinitely have access to UG on property without some form of accountability. And so we are thankful for our friends from Mount Carmel that have been very patient with us, that from what I can surmise may be giving us some good news. So yeah, you all go ahead and get settled. Can we make sure they have microphones and stuff? You all can come and sit next to Mr. Knapp or kind of, yeah. Yeah, please do come forward, and we have more than enough mics, so you all should be able to have access to microphones. And if we need to bring a chair over, we can. Oh, there's a chair right there. Okay. Awesome. There's another microphone behind you too. Yeah, everybody should have a microphone. Okay, just want to make sure everyone is settled. Yes, Commissioner Townsend, you had something?
Yes, point of personal privilege, if I might,
Yes,
because
please.
we have really saved the best for last tonight. We are going to end on an up note. Someone just mentioned the idea of accountability. That is what you are about to hear. And I have to thank the Mount Carmel team for gutting it out tonight and remaining here so they could make their appearance. I think it's been a couple of years since they first came, and they promised to come back, and they did. So I think we're going to hear about some other housing options that I hope will be favorably received. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know we have some pictures and there's a board there. I'm pretty sure one of our cameras in IT can get that board. We'll figure that out.
Would that be better over there?
Sorry, Surgeon Barnes. It's got-
Would that be better over there?
If,
No?
if need, yeah, we can move it, yeah, to the front if need be. I don't want to create more work.
Whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
Right. No, I was.
We just want to
talking
make
about the
sure that
placement.
it's visible. Well, do we know from our IT if they can get this on camera? I mean, they should be able to. So yeah, hold on, Ms. Hardwick, before you move. Hold on, yeah, we're just going to make sure that the camera.
That's why I was suggesting maybe just wanted it there.
We're good. Okay, I just want to make sure they can get that. So yeah, we'll be good. Yeah,
You
no
all-
need. I know it's
Can
pretty
you all-
tight in here. It's already made you wait a very long time. So, okay, please do take it away.
Good evening, Pam Smart, Mount Carmel. Thank you all for having us. I'm going to start off with a little history of Mount Carmel, then I'll turn it over to Mr. Brian and Mr. Herb to take it from there. Thank you. Brian Collins and Herb Hardwick. Next slide. Mount Carmel was established in 1994. We're a nonprofit 501c3. We're located in Northeast Wyandotte County. Our current budget is about 2.5 million. We're community focused and we focus on soft service delivery and revitalizing our community. To date, we have about 25 million, well, closer to 30 million in new construction in the ground. We're bound by 11th Street to the east, 13th Street to the west, Parallel Parkway to the north, and Garfield Avenue to the south. Next slide, please. What you see there to the left is Mount Carmel Place. It's a 61-unit senior housing facility. Our main offices are in that front area that you see out front there, the community area. We built this facility with low-income housing tax credits. Next to that is a single-family home, it's Carmel Estates. Right now, we have 18 houses up and out of the ground. 16 of those are sold and occupied. We have 2 on the market. They are basically 3 bedrooms, 3 or 4 bedrooms, 2 to 2.5 bathrooms. In this subdivision, we have several of these homes were built with home funds. Next slide, please. You'll see there on the left, Mount Carmel Church. The church was financed, the new building was financed by the congregation. Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation, which is a separate 501c3 from the church, was hired to do the project management. It's a 34,000 square foot edifice, seats about 1,200 people, and it has office space, classrooms, coffee shop, nursery, bookstore, all the bells and whistles of your modern day churches. And then you see there the Breathenthal Youth and Family Service Community Center. It's a 45,000 square foot youth and family center we built in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club. At the time that we built it, we were 50-50 owners. We now have sold our half to the Boys and Girls Club, so they own the building 100%. In any given day, there can be up to 400 kids in that building. We're pretty proud of that project because that gives 400 kids in our community something to do when they're not in school or when their parents need support. Next slide, please. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Brian Collins. He's our project manager, and he's going to go through the Tremont project.
Good evening. I'm Brian Collins. I'm a development consultant working for Mount Carmel. I'll go ahead in the interest of time. The Tremont project that we're talking about tonight has two components, Tremont North. Tremont North is proposed to be a single-family infill project. As you can see, the predominant land ownership within Tremont North are privately held residences. There are 33 privately held vacant lots, and there are 50 land bank lots that are vacant. I'll let, when Mr. Hartwig takes over, I'll let him describe Tremont South. The Tremont North single-family infill plan is really to create new housing, but also to strengthen that neighborhood. If you're familiar with the neighborhood, it's a fairly solid neighborhood with pretty good infrastructure, good streets, good sidewalks. We propose, Mount Carmel proposes to negotiate with builders and developers. We've identified 3 very interested developers to construct single-family homes on the vacant land bank properties. We also propose to provide infrastructure improvements throughout the neighborhood, increase street lighting, street trees, repairing sidewalks, and importantly, most of the blocks in Tremont North have alleys, which would allow, under the narrow lot design guidelines that the UG has issued, that would allow the development of a second housing unit, a granny flat, if you will, on those alleys. So we propose to improve those alleys as needed. This is a map of the Tremont North. The white parcels are the occupied single-family homes. The green parcels are the privately held vacant lots, and the yellow parcels are the land bank lots that we currently have a hold on from the land bank. We believe, based on Mount Carmel's fairly extensive experience with single-family infill development, we have identified that the prime use of those single-family lots will be single-family homes, 2 to 4 bedrooms, 2 to 2.5 baths, that they would meet the narrow lot guidelines that the UG has issued, and that they would be marketed at price points between $250,000 and $325,000. We believe that existing homeowners will benefit not only from the aesthetic and security enhancements provided by the proposed public infrastructure program, but that they will also benefit from programs that Mount Carmel will organize with other agencies to work on weatherization of the existing homes, exterior rehabilitation incentives, accessibility improvements, and other direct assistance to the current homeowners. We've talked about we need to start someplace, and we are working to encourage those interested developers to look at 3 of the blocks, a block on 2 blocks on North 6th Street that really would be between Parallel Avenue and Lafayette Street, and then a block on Lafayette Street from between Tremont and North 6th Street. These are the proposed starting blocks. Each of those parcels, those blocks, has essentially 6 existing homes, and each of those blocks would have 6 new homes added to them, and with the possibility of accessory units along the alleyways, along with garages. These are illustrations of what potential infill housing development might look like in Tremont North. I think it's key to note that what we are asking for this evening, these are properties that are on hold with the land bank. And because of the interest of the developer builders, we would ask that the 50 vacant land bank lots be moved into an option status for Mount Carmel. The developers that we've identified are Community Housing of Wyandotte County, a group called Mosaic, a group called ABM Collaborative, and those individuals are the individuals we've been talking to about taking on these single-family infill lots. I think that's, yeah, excuse me, I will go back. This is a timeline. You've heard a lot of talk about timelines tonight. We would start with 18 units to begin in construction in September of this year. And then 8 units each year following the 2025 to have the complete 50 lots developed over the next 4 years. And again, what we're requesting is that the current hold status be moved to an option. I'm going back, not forward. There you go. That's your.
Good evening. My name is Herb Hardwick. I'm an attorney with the Hardwick Law Firm LLC. Our address is 2405 Grand Boulevard, Suite 800, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108. Our law firm Hardwick serves as counsel to Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation. We are pleased to be here with the chairman and members of Unified Government. As my colleague, Mr. Collins pointed out, phase 2 of the Tremont project is Tremont South. Tremont South is approximately 23-acre project site, bound by Parallel Avenue to the north, Parallel Parkway to the south, North 5th Street to the east, North 7th Street to the west. Currently, with respect to land ownership, there are 64 privately held residents, 42 privately held vacant lots, 216 Wyandotte County Land Bank properties, and 10 city-owned properties. With respect to Tremont South, the goal is to build and construct a mixed-use project that will be comprised of roughly 350 plus residential units. Those residential units will consist of apartments, townhomes, senior units, and single-family housing. In addition to the residential purposes, we will also plan to build out 100,000 to 175,000 square foot of commercial development. That will be comprised of shops, businesses that would support professional services, legal, accounting firms, businesses such as cleaners, pharmacies, food establishments, childcare facilities. All of these amenities are designed to enhance the residents that would be living in Tremont South and North and the surrounding community. Currently, Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation is in negotiations with a developer which has significant experience building out multifamily housing. Our view is to complete our negotiations with this developer within the next 90 to 120 days. With respect to the properties located in the Tremont South project site, we are requesting a hold on all of those properties for 18 months. I think that is the extent of our request with respect to Tremont South. We're open to questions.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we have a lot of questions and comments, and we really appreciate, again, you all saving the best for last. And so it is good to see, I will say. I looked back, and I think it was 2023 that we had put those land bank parcels in the area on hold. And so I'm glad that there is some progress and we are making that transition from holds to my favorite word, options, right? So that we can get things moving. I'm going to do public comment and then we'll have some discussion afterwards. Clerk, were there any comments received for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, for the folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak on this item? Awesome. We just need your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. I have 2 or 3 comments. The first comment is from a local entrepreneur. This is John's Java and Jazz. The owner is Jeffrey Hollenshed, and he is a longtime investor, 6 years. He has an enterprise very favorably populated there on North Fifth Street. And he has shared with me and with others his desire to, he owns a couple of the properties there on North Fifth Street, which I'm sure the team is aware of. He has shared with me his desire, and he has applied for a couple of lots because he wants to build a skating rink for the children in that area. So that's a consideration that I'd like for the committee to take into consideration when they're looking to move this to an option. The other thing is that the president of this neighborhood group is Vanessa Robinson. And Vanessa attended our cohorts on lead and so forth. And as a result of that experience, Vanessa has 4,500 parts per million of lead in the soil where she is. She does not qualify for the no lead program because of her income. However, she does have children and great-grandchildren who come over and play regularly. So my comment is that on these options, just like everywhere in redevelopment, is what is the team's plan to, as far as site assessment is concerned, remediation, and not only for the lots that they want to build, but for the current homeowners. Is there any, are they reaching out to the current homeowners and doing site assessments on that for them? The third and final comment that I have is about the commercial distributor that's located there off of 5th and Parallel, between 5th and Parallel and 5th and Franklin. They have over the
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Over the last number of years improved. They have additional trucks and traffic and so forth. And my question to the team is, what has been their, have they approached that business, that commercial business? Do they know exactly what's going on and what the outcome is of that? So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. Would anybody else like to provide public comment for this item? I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Okay, so before we engage in discussion, I want to get clarity on our agenda because we have stuff in the presentation and the agenda. On our agenda, there is a request for a hold. Council, if you can just provide some clarity, is this the same hold for Tremont South, or what is that area that's on the agenda?
Totally inappropriate now. I didn't know that they were going to be asking to move a portion of the hold out of the hold and into the option. So this hold was for the entire area they originally requested, or this in the resolution. So it would need to be modified.
Gotcha.
Right, because they no longer need part of the original area in a hold anymore because they want to go ahead and move it to the option phase. So that part, the section 1 would need to be modified.
Section 1, okay. And I do want to clarify, Mr. Knapp, we don't have option applications for this, correct?
We do not have an official application yet.
Okay, and I just want to make sure again, what's on the agenda and if any action is going to be taken, and I hope we do, but just want to make sure that we're all under the same understanding. Okay, cool. So what's currently on here is kind of mute at this point, and then we still need some options, but yes, Ms. Hardwick, yeah.
Yeah, point of clarification, Chairman. With respect to Tremont North, their the 50 properties that are currently on hold.
Oh, Mr. Hardwick,
Mhm.
can you bring the microphone closer? Yes.
Closer?
Yes.
Is that better? Okay, okay. Thank you. So with respect to the 50 properties that are currently on hold under Tremont North, we're asking that 18 be moved to option contracts and the remaining 32 remain on an extended hold. Point of clarification. So we're not asking for all 50 to go under option contracts at this moment. 18 would be our target. And then with respect to Tremont South, we're asking for the entire parcel to be on an extended hold for another 18 months or whatever is permissible under your policy.
Okay, cool.
So this resolution could be used because it incorporates all of Tremont North and Tremont South. So you could still use this resolution to keep it all on hold, but then they could still, that doesn't keep them from applying for options because the hold is for them.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I have some thoughts on what the cleanest way for us to do that, because I don't want us to get caught up where the hold is released and then somebody else applies and then we get
Right.
into this whole situation of he said, she
Right.
said. We saw enough of that tonight. And so we'll find a clean way to make that transition. Colleagues, questions for our guest? Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have questions per se, but I would just like the team to expand on what they have been doing, which shows movement. There was a situation, to the extent that they're comfortable talking about it, with North, because they really intended to start in a different section. And what I appreciate about the team is that they have pivoted. They run into something unforeseen that's going to take something beyond what we could do at the present time. They have moved on. They're keeping it moving. So to the point that you're comfortable, if you just want to talk a little bit about the initial plan from 2 years ago to start in Tremont South first. What is going to be there hasn't changed, but just a little bit being discreet about that. But just it needs to get on the record, be on the record of what they have been doing this whole time.
So we brought a partner to the table. We were, as Gail had mentioned, we were going to start in,
Commissioner Townsend.
I'm sorry,
Same thing.
I'm so sorry.
No, thank you for being here. I'm not going to squabble about that. You've been here tonight, so thank you.
We had initially brought a partner to the table. We were going to start with some multifamily housing, and we ran into difficulty with the state because of the spec chemical plant there on the corner of Parallel and Fifth Street. And so as we try to work through that issue, we thought it best to move up into Tremont North and start with the single-family housing there. But that was our holdup. We were ready to go. We had an application in. We had a very good partner, and we were going to build about 120 units. But as we ran into that snag, we had to pivot and move until we can get this situation resolved.
So really, that kind of delayed our project for a year because we had planned, as Ms. Smart pointed out, to initiate the project with a different setting.
Commissioner, was there other things?
Thank you, yes. Should also be placed on the record that you have been in contact with the neighborhood group from early on in the process. And not only that particular neighborhood group, but some others.
Absolutely. We've been talking to neighbors in surrounding neighborhood groups, and I've also talked to Ms. Vanessa Robinson a couple of times, several times throughout this process, and we're planning to have a meeting here within the next month or two. So.
Thank you all. Commissioner Townsend, do you have anything else you wanted to ask or?
Not at the time, at the present time. Those were some of the highlights that I knew were the background that needed to come out, so the whole committee could hear. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Hill, Fourth District. First of all, I'd like to say to Miss Pam Smart and her team, thank you for this development. This is real exciting, and I appreciate what Commissioner Townsend said. We saved the best for last, but it's so late. I don't know if we're really able to appreciate it. But I just want to say thank you. I'm excited for this project. Just looking at your presentation tonight, I love the 50 apartments, 100 townhomes, 150 senior citizen units, and 50 single family homes. That's exciting. And my question is on the 175,000 square foot commercial development for businesses. And you mentioned childcare, cleaners, pharmacies. Is there a particular, let me see, what's another way I could say that? Is there an anchor for those businesses coming in? Do you have a particular anchor at this time?
Well, thank you, Commissioner, for your comment. With respect to an anchor, we like the way that you've characterized that. We do have two significant operators. One is a child care operator who has committed to participate in a project. We also have a banking institution which has conveyed some interest participating on the project as well. We do not at this time have letters of intent. As we noted earlier, we're in the process of negotiating with a sub-developer that would come in with respect to the multifamily housing phase. More than likely, we would couple the development of multifamily housing phase with commercial development. But I wanted to make sure that we are responsive to the question you posed.
Yes, sir, that was fine. Thank you very much. Just excited for the project. Looking forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Other questions? I'll ask some if there aren't. Financing, I didn't necessarily see anything in the packet, but let's just start with the 18 homes that you all want to request for an option. What's the overall price point for that? And then what, as far as your capital stack goes, what does that look like?
So with respect to the price point, Commissioner, Chair, we're looking at a target of 250 to 325,000. That's the price point today. By the time we get in the ground, the market being the market, I'm sure there's some somewhat fluid. We'll see what happens, but those are our targets at this time. With respect to the capital stack, we'll work that through with each of the developers that we are engaging. We're in the process of negotiating development agreements with each of those. So we'll outline terms, and coupled with that will be financing commitments for each of the developers that we'll be working with.
Gotcha. Okay. But right now, you all don't have any secured financing that you can identify for the project.
We would not communicate that at this time. We have things pending, but it would be premature for us to discuss that.
Be premature right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Just wanted to, and my quick math is somewhere.
No, we understand.
Anybody that can do math can do some multiplication, you'll find out. But no, again, I asked that because we have had situations where developers have had a very, very difficult time finding financing. And so the question is in no way, shape, or form a reflection or me questioning you all in the work that you're doing. I'm just trying to make sure that, particularly for our community, that this project
is going to happen.
No, it's a reality of the business, so we certainly understand.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. And then a timeline for the 18 homes, what does that look like?
Get back to the,
Screen.
we get back to the presentation. Is that,
There you go.
there we go. Oh, no,
And do pardon me if I missed this part.
that's
I know
not-
you.
I think you all did. Yeah, you did have a slide with different years.
It's there.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah, 2025 through 2029, we're taking a conservative approach, trying to get it off the ground initially, and then just want to kind of walk through and see if we can meet the timeline. Obviously, as demand builds, hopefully we'll be able to accelerate the timeline. But we want to try to hit benchmarks that are achievable. At this point, the goal is to undersell.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions? I know we can't see Commissioner Hill on, but please do let me know if Commissioner Hill has her hand raised. Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Chair, I just want to express my appreciation for the project. And yes, it's a big project. It's exciting to see the steps that you're taking. I'm so proud of Smart and all that she's done for Wyandotte County. And you just kind of keep on trucking, don't you? I know you do. My question is, how do we modify, I guess, the resolution such that we're also protecting, we want to move to option status, the project area 1, for the 18 lots. Do I have that right? So how do we protect?
Right. I don't think you have to modify the resolution because the hold is for Mount Carmel. So they can move to option status just by completing the applications for the options. So the resolution protects all of Tremont North and Tremont South. So they'd still be protected. The other 32 parcels would still be protected if the resolution as it's written is adopted. They would still have to come back in a year to give us another update per the land bank policy. Even if you would modify it to just be for 18 months, they'd still have to come back in another year. The way it's written now, there isn't a time frame on it, but that's also because per the land bank policy, they have to come back every year to give us updates. So,
You could commence soon with making the land bank applications for the 18 units that you want to start this fall then.
correct.
Because we would have to take those through this process.
Correct. Yeah, that would be my next suggestion is this resolution could be passed tonight to continue the hold on both Tremont North and Tremont South. And then what they should do next is complete the applications for the option agreements for the 18 parcels that are ready to go.
Okay.
Okay.
You're comfortable with that?
Any other questions, Commissioner?
No, thank you.
Okay. Okay. That sounds good. Commissioner Townsend, do you have anything? I wasn't sure if you were raising your hand.
Well, no, I didn't have any questions, but since you acknowledged me, I will, because again, I want to acknowledge the Tremont team. They actually approached me several years ago, and they were the first to come to District 1 with a plan, and they have moved forward. We meet maybe monthly just to keep it moving. It's been a great working relationships. And I told them, usually I don't see something at this stage of it. So I've learned a lot. But what's important, one of the other commissioners tonight talked about housing that was not LIHTC. But people at all price points need housing. But I just wanted to make sure that it was recognized that's not what we're talking about here tonight. Still affordable. And And I've worked with the group that even if you had to cut back a few square feet, we don't need to build the Taj Mahal, but good, decent, attractive because it's new. So I know costs may escalate, but this is the estimate for the price point currently. But I am just so grateful to the entire team. I met Mr. Hardwick looking at law school pictures. You have to be good to people. You don't know what's going to come back. So I appreciate that. Have thoroughly enjoyed working with Ms. Pam Smart and with Mr. Dennis. So I had to get that on the record. Save the best for last tonight.
Awesome. So I think just to provide clarity on a game plan here as we end the night, we can vote on this resolution just to kind of restate we are in support of the project and we want to make sure that other parcels. Actually, let me ask this question because I know Ms. Jefferson had brought it up and our conversation kind of went in other places. Are you all entertaining other folks that want to develop in the current footprint for Tremont? If people are like, hey, I want to build a skating rink or what have you, are you all having those conversations, or is this we know what we're doing and we're gonna keep to our plan?
So with respect to third-party developers, Mount Carmel is the master developer and is envisioned that it would work with sub-developers. In this instance, we haven't had an opportunity to speak on the specific project, but we certainly would engage the development team to have a discussion. But we are looking to collaborate to build out both Tremont North and South.
Okay, great. Then I would encourage you all to work with Ms. Jefferson to just identify some of those individuals. I know there were some other comments regarding brownfields, which has been, we learned a lot about brownfields in the past 2 years in getting that funding. And Lord knows what's going to happen with the EPA. There's just a lot of uncertainties right now. But I trust you all to be as community focused and as forward facing as possible so that if they do have questions or ideas, that they would be able to approach you with that. Okay, so we have this option here. We're going to vote on it. Hope it's going to pass. We're going to restate our commitment. What we need from you all is to work with our staff, to work with Mr. Knapp and his staff, so that we have the options of the 18 parcels, because that is a different process. We're not voting on that right now, but I do want to make sure that you all are aware. So you all can put in that, those applications will identify, you do all the good stuff. And then, there are some qualifications regarding meeting with neighborhoods, yada, yada, yada. Mr. Knapp will take you through it. That way you all can be successful. And then if there's other things that we should be aware of, do keep us in the know, because we would love to see you all be successful with this endeavor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. If I could really appreciate your consideration this evening.
Okay. So we currently have a resolution authorizing the Wyandotte County Land Bank to hold the properties for acquisition. The other thing I'll note here before we take that vote, the hold that you're wanting for 18 months that has additional properties, if you all could also work with our staff to refine that after the options are available, we can figure out what the best course of action is.
Absolutely. We'll do that. Happy to.
Okay, so we have a resolution authorizing the Wyandotte County Land Bank to hold specified properties for the acquisition by Mount Carmel Corporation. Is there a motion for this resolution? Yes, Commissioner Townsend?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chair. Move to approve the resolution as submitted.
Is there a second?
Bynum, second.
All right, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call: Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. I appreciate your patience here. Thank you.
Thank you all for having us.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Does anybody want to be here for another 20 minutes until it's 10? No, I'm just fine. No. Is there I'll go ahead and second. There is a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Ramirez, second by Chairman Davis. Can we get the roll?
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez, Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, everybody have a good night. Be safe.